Damn, Becky.
Finally.
It was a soft opening yesterday.
How do you know?
Live.
You don't know if it was a soft opening or not. I was hard.
Because we
yesterday.
only go hard when I'm here. We only go hard.
I was hard. We only go hard when I'm here. I was hard as a rock.
It's Gina's crime-adjacent brother, Gino, is here today.
Gina, you're sick?
Well, yes.
Why are you here? Thanks for being here.
I'm multiple tested. I have. If you want me to wear this, I could be chainsaw guy today.
I think it'd be nice if you. I think it'd be nice if you just turned around.
So yesterday I woke up with this voice. Mm-hmm. I woke up in Pasadena with this voice.
That sounds like a country song.
Yes.
And I said, "Crap, this is exactly what Carrie and Bill will be concerned about. I'm sure." So
we're not concerned about you. We're concerned about ourselves, of course.
I Googled CVS near me at the hotel, and
that's the pharmacy.
Yeah,
mm-hmm.
and 2 CVS's.
See, I Googled RSV near me, and it just wasn't.
2 CVS's, a Target, and a Walgreens later, I finally found some COVID tests, which I've taken twice, and they're negative. Okay. And I don't feel COVID-y.
And they're very reliable, those tests.
I just feel like you know how I get this voice once a year? I feel like that.
Do you have any other symptoms?
I'm a little congested. I took a Sudafed this morning. I don't have a fever.
Sudafed? How'd you get that?
Wow. It was from the last time I was sick. I was so excited when I found it.
Her husband is a doctor. All right.
They just don't pass those Sudafeds out to anybody.
No.
He's a doctor.
Percocet, I can get you. That's not a problem.
I'm telling you, fentanyl, you ask her, she'll get you.
Sudafed is hard to get.
Sudafed, Carrie's not kidding. You have to give them your driver's license and stand in a special line at the pharmacy.
I wouldn't know. I don't.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I don't use Sudafed, so I use pseudoephedrine.
Well, that's what it
is.
That's what it is.
Shh! I know. God. I have a question for you. Being at the Rose Bowl.
Yes.
First of all, did you fly or drive? You flew?
Yeah, that was the question.
We flew.
Okay.
And when so here's how it goes with bowl games. If you're a fan of college football and you want to go to a bowl game,
write this down, everybody, because we all are going to go to bowl games.
Mm-hmm. Lots of people do. There were 94,000 people there.
Yes.
And most of them Utah fans. Tiny little section of Penn State fans. Most of them.
My Nittany Lions were making a hell of a lot of noise on the TV and on the radio because I watched the game and I listened to it on the radio. And my Penn State Nittany Lions, victorious Penn State Nittany Lions.
And we went with cousin Dominic, who went to Penn State. So,
At any rate.
So if you want to go to a bowl game, you don't know until the last minute whether your team is going to be at this bowl game or not. So all of these 94,000 people are making arrangements
at the same time.
Okay. And you're all doing the same thing. You're watching the Pac-12 championship, and it looks like the Utes are going to win, but you're not sure.
This just sounds like crazy fun, doesn't it, Gary?
And you're sitting there with your phone going, okay, do we pull the trigger? Do we buy the tickets, or do we wait until the definite end of the game and we know they won and we know they're going? No, should we buy? I don't know if we should buy. So everybody's doing this at the same time.
The importance attached to this is astounding to me.
And then you're doing this. So first you buy the actual tickets to the game. Let's just see if we can get tickets. Okay, now we got to book a flight.
I still haven't gotten to my question. You've explained a whole bunch of stuff
This is part.
I haven't asked my question. No, I have. I asked if you flew in preface to another question I have for you.
So we tried to fly into LAX, Burbank, Santa Barbara, Long Beach.
I'm not going to have
San
time for my
Diego.
question, am I?
You will.
The closest airport we could fly into was Fresno, which is 3.5 hours away.
By plane?
By plane.
Who wants to go to Fresno?
Anyway, what was your question?
My question was, as my victorious Penn State Nittany Lions were taking the field at halftime.
Yes.
And the world famous Penn State Blue Band.
Yes.
The marching band
Yes.
from Penn State. And I assume you. Now I only saw the Blue Band. I didn't see what kind of presence the University of Utah had.
Oh yeah, they
at
were,
halftime.
Yeah, they had
a band
their
as
band
well,
and dancers.
but
and,
of course not nearly as good, I'm sure,
Well,
as the Blue Band, because I mean the Penn State Nittany Lion Blue Band is like the quintessential traditional.
I believe they said, award winning.
Yeah, they are top notch, award winning, straight laced. I mean, by God, there's no fooling around with that band. They don't do anything off kilter. It's all by the numbers. I'm watching it, and they do close-ups of the players, the people playing in the band, marching and playing their instruments. Very difficult to do, it would seem to me.
Yeah.
There was one guy that they showed 3 or 4 times. I don't know what. I think he was playing the flugelhorn.
Cellist.
Which is they don't have cellos in a marching band. The flugelhorn is like a stretched out tuba.
Yeah.
I think it was he's playing it, and he's got his cell phone in front of him, and he's looking at his cell phone as he's playing and marching, and
that's where the notes are. That's his...
Nobody else was doing it.
Or
it was just one guy.
Or he was Facebook living it, or Instagram living
I was trying to figure my thought was he was there at the last minute and didn't know the numbers as well as the rest of. But I didn't hear any of the announcers saying, "Hey, I wonder why that guy's got his."
He might have been just Instagram living it, like
Gina. The Penn State Blue Band authorities would not allow that. No. If they found out about that, they'd take your flugelhorn and break it.
Bring your flugelhorn over here.
Bring that flugelhorn over here. We used to make fun of the when I was at Penn State.
Of course you did.
You'd make fun of the Penn State
You
Blue
were
Band.
smoking in the stands, making fun of everything.
You get high because they were so straight-laced and so, by the numbers. It was just like, and then when the Penn State fight song, or the school song, when you're at Beaver Stadium and it's time to sing the school song, as you do at football games, and everybody in the stands would sing, "We don't know the GD words."
I heard that. Yeah.
They probably did it at the Rose Bowl.
Those are now the words.
Yeah, it's tradition. Yeah. We don't know the damn words.
Yeah. That's it right there.
That's the flugelhorn right there. I'm jealous. I'd like to see it. That would be a great bit. That'd be a great bit to have a marching band made up of instruments that
you can't
that you can't. Yeah, cellos and
pianos.
Yeah, exactly. I was watching the Penn State Blue Band, going, "Oh God, I'm glad I don't go in for this kind of thing anymore." To be honest, the 3 years I was at Penn State, I went to one game at Beaver Stadium.
I'm surprised you didn't go to more because there's not a lot to do there, is there?
We had marijuana and beer.
What do you need, really?
Come on.
But it's not a big city. There's a lot going on there.
But because it is a small city and compact, when you don't do that stuff, you hang with the people who do lots of other fun stuff.
This has been Farting Around with Carrie, Bill, and Gina on X96, Radio from Hell.
Excuse me. My flugelhorn. Is that what it is, the flugelhorn?
I don't know.
It's a stretched out tuba, I think. At any rate, we're going to have some Mill Creek coffee here.
Yes.
We'll take a break, have some Mill Creek coffee. We'll play some commercials, then we'll come back, and we'll check in with you.
I'll just say this.
Yeah.
We need must-goes. We are low.
Right.
Email us, radiofromhell@x96.com.
Maybe you got some New Year's must-goes.
Stuff that's bugging you. You got to get out of your life. Something that happened to you over the New Year. It's got to go. radiofromhell@x96.com and put must go in the subject line. And call us 877-602-9696, 877-602-9696. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. Who knows? You might get a Radio from Hell coffee mug.
Ooh.
Hi, I'm Todd.
farting is far from just a human problem. Animals fart too.
Well, yes. If they have digestive systems, it'll happen.
As the Washington Post reported, there's a new hashtag making the rounds through the science Twitterverse. Hashtag Does It Fart? Which, as you may have guessed, is here to answer any and all questions about which animals are capable of passing gas.
Well, I would say just
Not
about
all.
any.
No, not all.
Really?
Yeah,
Part
there's a
of
spreadsheet.
digestion. If you digest.
Which animals cut the cheese?
Okay.
Well,
Okay, I don't know which ones do. I want to know the ones that don't.
tons do, of course. Bats, rats, all that. Mm-hmm. The bigger they are, the harder they fart.
Of course.
Bear farts are horrible.
Rats, zebras, bearded dragons are among the creatures that fart. Birds, on the other hand, do not seem to pass gas. Birds.
That actually kind of makes sense.
But they could, let's see, marine invertebrates.
So you should eat like a bird so you don't fart?
Oysters, mussels,
Well,
crabs.
how would they fart?
I don't know.
They don't have a bum.
Well, they eliminate waste.
She said in the most scientific way possible.
They eliminate waste. They take in nutrients and eliminate waste. The hashtag has a purpose beyond making scientists giggle at their own handiwork. The paper explained whether or not a given animal farts is apparently a question that zoo employees often receive from kids who come to the zoo.
Well, yeah.
They ask the questions.
Kids would ask that.
If a little scatological humor keeps kids interested in biology, well, everybody wins. And if the hashtag Does It Fart has you jonesing for more internet things at the intersection of animals and potty humor, there's always... no, I don't think I can say that one. It's about animals with the weirdest genitalia. Okay.
Now, here's someone who's saying that birds fart because they've heard their cockatiel fart. I don't think you have.
What have you
maybe
heard
it's just
then?
making
I
a fart
think you've
sound.
heard it making a fart sound.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're mimicking you,
Probably
maybe?
imitating you
Yeah.
farting.
Yeah. .621. Let's get this over with.
I'm all for that. We'll take your check-ins at 877-602-9696. You know, it's a simple matter. Just call us and check in with a Radio from Hell show. What's so hard about that? One of you random checker-inners very likely will get a Radio from Hell
Tote bag.
tote bag.
Or wait, are we
I
out
said
of
coffee
tote
mug.
bags?
It's mugs is what
Yeah,
we were
coffee
told.
mug.
We're out of tote bags. We're getting more. They're not here yet.
Okay.
So coffee mug, and so why not do that? You can, of course, check in by texting, but you won't win a prize. 33986. Gina.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, multiple unfiled years? Contact McClure and Stewart for a free consultation. Go to McClureandStewart.com today.
The moon is 94.8% of full. Waxing gibbous moon. Moon will rise today at 3:13 p.m., today being Wednesday. It's the 4th day of January in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2023. And there are 361 days left in this year.
That's a lot. That sounds...
I know. And this is the edition of the Radio from Hell show, the show for people who feel like hell in the morning, starring Carrie Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. Katie, for short, is our producer, and always doing a fine job. Mm-hmm. We also have Dawson and Cameron Diaz helping out just to make sure that Katie has the support she needs and to watch her dog.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Text check-ins. Of course, 877-602-9696 is the phone number. You can call and talk to Gina about the Rose Bowl.
Maybe you were there. Some of you surely were there.
I wonder if anyone that's listening to this show right now was at the Rose Bowl.
They must have been.
If you were, call and prove to us that you were by telling us something about it, that you were there.
There were even quite a few people on the Fresno flight that were that also drove
Fresno flight.
3.5 hours to get on the plane.
Wow. Let's see. Sounds like Gina had a few too many cigars over New Year's weekend.
Yeah, that's it. That's what it is.
Big cigar aficionado. Let's see. Broken Flugelhorn is a wonderful band name. Excuse me, it's not a flugelhorn, it's a euphonium.
I think that's the one I'm thinking of.
Is that right?
I think it's a tuba that's been stretched out so you can.
That's my sign off, by the way. It's
not a flugelhorn, it's a euphonium.
I believe that is correct.
P, would you bring me my euphonium? Let's see. Electric Arlen checking in. Admittedly, I'm a day behind listening to the podcast. Can we start calling Elon Musk not the richest man?
Didn't he lose?
Oh, yeah.
Hasn't he lost the most?
Yep.
Yeah, we're already doing that.
Yeah.
Set the record. He has set the record. Let's see. Lunch Lady Katie checking in. First day back to work after the Christmas break. Meatball subs for lunch today.
Ridiculous.
Why is that ridiculous?
Because why would you put a ball of meat on a
that's
sandwich?
Right.
That's ridiculous. You flatten them out. Just have a
burger?
Yeah.
And it's a burger, yeah. Let's see. Teacher Emily checking in. Welcome back, Gina. Have a great morning, Lords.
Thank you.
Nobody
has been to the Rose Bowl.
I think they're all still sleeping. I'm up early.
People are afraid to call. I think people are afraid to engage with us on the phone.
You think?
And which surprises me because as I look back on recent phone calls, we've been just nothing but nice to people. Nothing but kind. Nothing but.
Let me chum the water a little bit here.
Okay.
With the...
We don't know the words.
We didn't get to play this song much.
Nope. It was a pretty pathetic showing against my victorious Penn State Nittany Lions.
Now honor your partner and your corner. 8 hands and around
It was not as good as last year's Rose Bowl. Let's just say that. They had a chance to win last year.
Who did they play last year?
Ohio State.
Oh yeah.
Now promenade, around you go.
No, they didn't have a chance to win.
You think?
Last year?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they did.
No, they didn't.
they
It was Ohio State, Gina.
Wasn't it a close game?
It was a close game.
Yeah, but they didn't really have a chance because it was the Ohio State football team.
And Cam got hurt in both games.
Cam?
Cam, you know Cam.
Someone you know?
Cam Rising.
Friend of yours?
Yeah.
Gina's favorite.
Modern Family?
Yeah, no.
No?
Cam Rising.
Hey.
Although, speaking of Modern Family.
Killer's online, too. Let's go to
okay.
Killer.
Well, hang on. Let me get the interface set up here. Killer is here. Hello, Killer.
Killer, hello.
Good morning.
Have you ever been to the Rose Bowl?
I have been to the Rose Bowl, but I was not at this Rose Bowl.
Okay.
No, couldn't make it. Couldn't make it. There's other things that came up.
Like what?
We had a big party. We had a big party for a guy that's coming out of working for the state.
Who's getting out of the joint?
Well.
A party for a guy who's getting out of the joint?
Is he missing any fingers or toes?
No. I have all my toes. They sewed them all back on.
Okay.
That's good. That's good. So how was the party for your friend who was a recent resident of the Gray Bar Hotel?
It was wonderful. It was a great time.
Yeah.
Most of the weekend, but I just stayed for Saturday night, and then Sunday I had to come back home. So.
Oh, it was an overnight affair, though. I mean, you could have taken your bedroll.
It was all weekend. It was a weekender.
Yeah.
Oh, sounds
You
sexy.
have to bring them out right, you know. So they. Yeah.
You have to be careful, though. I would think you could easily end up back in the joint after a party like that.
And that's a good X-Poll question. What would be the first thing you'd want to do when you get out of the joint? The first thing you
He wanted McDonald's, if that answers that question for you.
Wow.
Wanted McDonald's.
I imagine that's pretty common to go for a food item.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we all went to the party and brought McDonald's. We had so much McDonald's food at the party, it was scary.
Yeah.
Killer, you're going to have to invite me to one of those parties sometime.
think that's a good idea,
so that
Bill.
I can turn you down.
I will do that, Bill. I have another one coming up in February.
Okay.
All right.
Invite me so that I can decline. Okay.
Okay. We'll see you.
Thanks,
sure, I
Killer.
will.
See you later.
Thank you. Bye.
Let's go to, let's see. Oh, sorry, Amanda. Sorry about that.
Good morning, Amanda.
Hi, Amanda.
Good morning.
What's up?
I'm calling because I work in a medical lab, and I'm actually concerned that Gina may have taken her COVID test too early.
Too early.
If you,
Oh, Jesus.
yes, if you don't wait 48 hours after your symptoms start, you will get a false negative.
48 hours?
Great.
Really?
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
so
no.
you have to wait 48 hours after getting symptoms. You have the most accurate.
a COVID test in the building anywhere?
All right. Well, luckily, Dr. Cobble is coming up at 7:45.
There, I put my mask back on.
Yeah,
to
so
him.
always talk to your medical professional. I am not a doctor. I work in the lab, but I do administer COVID tests.
Right.
Thanks,
So, yeah,
Amanda.
I just wanted to let you know you might need a test again.
Thank you.
All right.
Somebody find a COVID test, please.
All right.
Okay.
Let's
I'm not kidding.
Bye.
let's thank you, Amanda. Let's go
Bye.
to Rachel.
Is it Rachel or Rochelle?
Rochelle.
Rochelle.
Hi, Rochelle. What's up?
Hi, I'm just checking in with you guys and to tell Gina that I got tested for COVID and the flu, and there's some weird virus going around. The doctor said that it's not either of those.
That's what I think, but I'll take another test if it'll make you guys feel better, for sure.
Will you really? Thank
Well, I
you.
hope you feel
That's so
better.
good of you. That's really good of you, Gina. You give and you
I
give.
give and I give.
Hey, Rochelle, hang on the line, will you? We'll give you a Radio from Hell coffee mug, okay?
Oh, that would be great.
I know I would.
Hang on.
Hold on.
Let's see. Well, I have no problem with meatballs or other balled meat. Bill is completely right about putting them on a sandwich.
Oh.
So this person, I don't like meatballs in any way, shape, or
Well, this
form.
person's okay with them. He just
But it
thinks
is stupid.
It's a mistake to put them on sandwich.
It's really stupid to put it on a sandwich.
Flugelhorn is a stretched-out trumpet. Euphonium is somewhere in size between a baritone and a tuba.
Oh, wow.
Thank you.
A sousaphone is a tuba that you see in the marching bands.
Okay, good.
We
Thank
have
you.
some marching band nerds out there.
Hey, bring me my sousaphone.
I'm serious. If we can find a COVID test somewhere, if you'll bring a COVID test down here, we'll give you a coffee mug.
Crash westbound I-80 at 23rd East and Holiday. The left lane is closed. Crash northbound I-15 milepost 299. That's the I-15-215 junction. It's off to the right shoulder. And you can text us if you're seeing anything, or if you have a COVID test handy, 33986. The Haster holiday sale is being extended for the next 2 weeks. Enjoy 10% off all board games, 30% off Flesh and Blood TCG products, 10% off Pokemon ETBs and promo boxes, and 10% off all dice sets. Haster has it.
Thank you. Coming up in the next break, not only do you get big boy news and opinioendo, but in the same break, you'll get things that must go, and we are still taking your things that must go. Radio from Hell at x96.com. Put must go in the subject line. Type it out, and we'll read it on the air, and like magic, it'll disappear. Your mileage may vary. Coming up after these.
Now I got a DM'd by Chainsaw Guy because he's right outside. You might be able to hear chainsaws and beeping and worker guys outside my house chopping up trees. And he said, I'm right. He said, can I come in for a drink? I'm thirsty. Don't worry, I'll wear my mask. And if you guys don't mind if I bring him in for a minute. He wanted to say hi.
Well,
okay.
Is it safe? I mean,
well, can I see him? Where is he?
All right.
Go to x96.com/live. You can
I can't see him. Where is he?
He's right there.
What? Oh, there he is. He's apparently at Carrie's.
How can you tell with the split screen technology?
I'm not. Wait a minute.
He's in my house. That's Chainsaw
Is that your
Guy
house?
at my house. Yeah, sure.
Sure, as far as you know.
Okay.
Hi, Chainsaw Guy.
There. I'll bet he's been really busy, haven't you, Chainsaw Guy?
Yes, I have.
Wait a minute.
There you go.
That's right. I've been really, really busy. You know, people have been calling me all the time about, they say, hey, Chainsaw Guy, a bunch of trees came down in the big windstorm. What should I do? And I say, well, you just get a chainsaw,
Well, it seems pretty easy, doesn't it?
What I did, I just got a chainsaw, yeah.
You know what I do? I call somebody who owns a chainsaw. I call a friend who has a chainsaw and have them come over and do it for me.
That's right. And don't call me, though. I'm too busy. I'm as busy as a one-armed paper hanger. As a one-legged tap dancer. I don't know.
Do you have your chainsaw handy there, Chainsaw Guy?
I don't know. Do I? I'm not sure if I do or not.
Because I have a question for you.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's... Okay, so if you ask a question, maybe I'll fire up my chainsaw.
Okay.
What's your question, Gina?
Well, Chainsaw Guy, I have this really big tree that fell down in the windstorm yesterday, and it's blocking the road in front of my house, and I can't get out to get the mail. Chainsaw Guy, what should I do?
Well, it's pretty simple. All you have to do is you take your body, and then you take a higher cloud, and then you wear the cover. And now the way you breathe, and you come around over here, and then you take it down. And then, if you can't get it in, and then you grab it down, and you get it out there, and you say, and then, the turn around, and then everything is all right.
Oh, thank you, Chainsaw Guy. That's very helpful.
Don't forget the part about taking off your clothes.
Chainsaw Guy, I'm just curious because, I don't think it's safe that you be in the house, a stranger's house, because your mask has holes in it.
Well, I'm not contagious, honest. Honest.
You're dangerous in other ways, aren't you?
That's just sawdust. That's all that is.
That's just sawdust. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Chainsaw Guy. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, it's here.
You better get back to work, I think, Chainsaw Guy.
Is he gone?
Yes, he just left.
Okay, good.
Yay, thank you.
God, the things we do for you, Gina.
I don't know what.
That was elaborate.
It was.
Don't forget the part about taking off your clothes.
It's very important.
Yeah.
To getting the trees cleaned up.
Mm-hmm. Well.
No, it's not Halloween already. That just depresses me.
There's not going to be any trick-or-treating this year, is there?
No.
I'm not going to participate in any. No. I usually have candy and comic books for the kids, but no, I don't want you coming to my house. I'm sorry. This is not happening. And Los Angeles, it's funny because Los Angeles initially announced no trick-or-treating. Mm-hmm. And then they had to walk that back because they realized that
why?
I don't know. I think they caught a lot of flack for it, and they said now we're saying it's discouraged. Trick-or-treating is discouraged.
Yeah, because, see, Gina, before they were saying, we're going to station snipers around the city and shoot people who are trick-or-treating. But now,
Now
they had
they're
to
gonna
walk
back
that
off.
back. They had to walk that back a little.
Let's see, 6:38 right now. We do have Things That Must Go coming up. Stand by for that. But first, Big Boy News and Opinioendo brought to you by...
Well, and you can still send in your must-goes, by the way. You have time to email us, radiofromhell at x96.com if something is bugging you. Brought to you by the Stateroom Presents, bringing you live music memories at the Stateroom, Commonwealth Room, live at the Eccles and more. Get tickets and full lineup at thestatepresents.com.
Jeremy Renner was working to get a family member's vehicle out of heavy snow when the accident occurred that caused him to be run over by his own snowplow. This is according to cops investigating the incident, and he's actually Jeremy Renner's released a statement from his hospital bed. Looks pretty beat up, but he's going to make it, and he was conscious enough to say a few words for his fans. Mm-hmm. The Washoe County Sheriff's Office held a press conference on about Sunday morning's incident when Renner was airlifted to the hospital. Police say Renner was working to free a family member's car that got stuck in the snow near his home in Tahoe. At some point, Renner got out of the snowcat to talk to the family member, and the snowcat started to roll. Apparently, Renner tried to jump back into the driver's seat to stop it.
Oh, and that's
but
when...
he didn't make it. He was run over by the snowcat.
It dragged him under the treads.
Investigators say there's no evidence that he was impaired at the time of the accident, and they're looking.
He's been known to be impaired.
And they're looking into the possibility.
Oh, he's had issues.
Okay, but that's pretty nasty to throw that in when the poor man is recovering in the hospital.
He's been a good boy lately.
They do these. They look into. Gina, they would do that with you. They would say there's no sign that she was impaired when the accident occurred. They just, that's what they routinely check. Investigators say no evidence that he was impaired. They are looking into the possibility of some kind of mechanical failure with the snowcat, because I was reading something about this vehicle the other day that said that there are tons of safety measures built into them. This is a pretty serious piece of machinery he was operating. I find this very odd. Olivia Hussey and Leonard Whiting, the stars of Romeo and Juliet in 1968.
Oh,
one of my very favorite movies.
When they were just kids. They're suing Paramount Pictures for $500 million.
What?
Over a nude scene in the film shot when they were teens. Hussey, who was then 15 and now 71 years old, Leonard Whiting, then 16, now 72 years old, filed a suit in Los Angeles Superior Court alleging sexual abuse and sexual harassment and fraud. Director Franco Zeffirelli, who died in 2019, initially told the two, this is according to them, that they would wear flesh-colored undergarments in the bedroom scene that comes late in the movie and was shot on the final days of filming. But on the morning of the shoot, Zeffirelli told Leonard Whiting, who played Romeo, and Olivia Hussey, who played Juliet, that they would wear only body makeup instead of flesh-colored bodysuits, while assuring them that the camera would be positioned in a way that would not show any nudity.
It totally shows everything.
Well, it doesn't show everything.
It shows a lot.
They were filmed. There is a brief flash of his butt and a brief flash of her breast.
Yeah.
Which I guess in your world is a lot. That's everything and a lot. But they say that they had that this was not their. They didn't agree to any of that, and were surprised that it happened. Now,
I was going to say it's been a while.
Yeah, since 1965.
Why have we waited this long?
This is a subject that comes up a lot because for some reason this movie made the rounds in schools.
Yeah, it was shown
all the
in
time.
schools all the time.
And then there are different stories about how each teacher handled the nude scene.
My teacher said, I'm going to show you this movie, and I want you all to be mature. There is a brief nudity.
That's what my teacher did. Believe it, in Nebo School District.
My teacher handled it better than that. My teacher said, when I yell, put your heads down, everybody put your heads down.
And see, I've heard stories from people whose teachers, walked in front of the screen and went, like that, to cover it up, just in that brief moment.
Now, Hussey, back in 2018, in an interview with Variety, defended the scene and said nobody my age had done that before. It was needed for the film. Well, now she's saying...
maybe not so much.
She's in her 70s.
Yeah, she's 71, as I said, and he's 72. And but they need the money.
I guess nothing is going to come from this.
Maybe they need the money.
We'll see.
So many people are dying from COVID in China that a crematorium is giving families 5 or 10 minutes to mourn their family members before they burn them. So many people. They're handling 5 times more corpses than usual per day. They're giving families 5 to 10 minutes to mourn the dead in an unelaborate manner. Say goodbye and get out. Longhua Funeral Home laid out bodies on stretchers, allowing mourners to briefly pay their respects before being ushered away, according to a local news agency. So many people dying from... It's very, very odd. The whole system is paralyzed right now, said one employee at the crematorium. There are too many people dying in our town. The suspect arrested in connection with the murders of 4 University of Idaho students waived extradition in Pennsylvania yesterday and will be brought to Idaho to face murder charges, appearing before a judge in Monroe County, Pennsylvania. The suspect, Brian Koberger, waived extradition so that the case can be expedited and he can be transported to Idaho to face murder charges there. He mouthed the words, "I love you," to members of his family as he was escorted out of the courthouse. Koberger, who is a 28-year-old PhD student and teaching assistant in the Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology at Washington State University, had just finished his first semester on the school's campus in Pullman, about a 15-minute drive west of Moscow, where the murders took place. His lawyer said that he and his father drove home to Pennsylvania for the holidays, arriving in the Commonwealth December 17th. Koberger was taken into custody at his parents' home in Chestnut Hill Township, Pennsylvania, early Friday, 7 weeks after the murders of the 4 students there.
DNA evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Did they go through his garbage, did I hear?
They must have.
Yes, they did.
This is how they do it now. And it's not that he did like an Ancestry.com
because that's what I had heard initially.
But some member of his family did it. This is how they're catching people now. It doesn't have to be you. It has to just be some close family member, and they match it up to your DNA. And
there's still nobody's talking, except people are wildly speculating about everything.
Of course.
But there has been no official mention of motive.
Yeah.
Whether he had any prior association with these people. Nothing.
He apparently was doing a research project where the question he asked was, have you committed a crime? Have you gotten away with it? Mm-hmm. And how did you feel when you were committing the crime?
Yeah, it was a
research.
Well, it's not that so. That's what. That's the kind of thing people do when they study criminal justice. They do research like that.
But.
Go ahead, wildly speculate. Go on.
Perhaps he was doing his own research.
Perhaps.
Seeing how
I
he
did my
felt
own research
when he was committing a crime.
Perhaps. Some Cache County residents may have felt a series of earthquakes that shook the area yesterday and Monday. In total, 8 earthquakes were recorded by the USGS survey. They all happened near Benson, which is about 10 miles west of Logan. Their magnitudes ranged from 1.8 to 3.1. Four of the quakes were measured at magnitudes of 2.5 or higher. The first of those happened Monday, just after 6:30 in the morning, and had a magnitude of 2.6, according to the USGS. 58 people reported having felt the initial quake. Benson, I think the area there is pretty remote.
A lot of nothing out there.
Yeah. University of Utah police are searching for a suspect. Somebody broke into a suspect or multiple suspects breaking into University of Utah student apartments.
Ooh.
Representatives of the U of U Department of Public Safety said that the forcible entry happened at the 900 court of the university student apartments at 6:30 Tuesday morning. Authorities reported that the first suspect is a white man ranging from 20 to 30 years old with an average build. Police said the man was seen by a resident of the complex wearing a dark hoodie just before fleeing the building on foot. Officers acknowledged a possible second suspect they believed to be a woman, though little information was given about them. Campus law enforcement is reportedly ramping up patrolling of the area in response to the break-in and will continue to provide support to the victims. Now, it doesn't say here whether anything was stolen. There probably weren't very many people there because
holiday.
The school's still on break. So people who lived there were probably... I mean, some people are still there, but not many. So, don't know. There's really not much more information than that.
All right. Weather, traffic.
Well, it's the calm before the storm, I guess. It's going to be partly sunny today, high of 38. And then we get back into a wet and snowy pattern. It'll be rainy tomorrow because it'll be warm in the 40s. And then Friday, 70% chance of snow. I need that COVID test, if anybody.
I think maybe you ought to just take a break. Maybe get your coat. See you later.
The downtown winter market at the Gateway is on Saturdays, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Shop for fresh produce, meats, unique gift ideas in the craft market. More information at slcfarmersmarket.org.
All right. Thank you. Very concerned.
Yeah, Gina, maybe you really should.
Should what? What do you want me to do?
Leave.
Well,
frankly.
All right, well. Things that must go, brought to you by.
Cold, flu, and COVID season is here.
Jesus
Christ. Booster.
I'll be doing my part from the other room. I don't think that this is not good.
Nope. She's lost it.
Katie, why don't you come in and bring some disinfectant and.
Do we have any of that lying around still, or did we all get complacent?
There's hand sanitizer.
Yeah, use a different mic. I think that's a good idea.
Let's see. Where was she reading this?
Things that must go, brought to you by.
Cold, flu, and COVID season is here. Boost your immunity now with Prime IV. Riverwoods. Get a hydration drip, vitamin C with zinc, and B12 drip just for $79. Introductory offer. Call 385-383-6291.
Things that must go on the radio. From Hell Show.
Things that must go. Well, there's an elephant in the room, isn't there? Things that you must get rid of in your life that are bugging you. You can't take it anymore. You have to have it leave. Things that must go. So if you have some, send them to us. radiofromhell@x96.com. I had one of my own today. This has bugged me for years. Bacon packaging. The packages that bacon comes in.
Okay.
They don't have any obvious way to open them. They should have a sealable. You know, you rip it and then reseal it.
The ones that we buy do.
Any of the bacon I buy, of course, I only buy the uncured bacon.
Well, maybe
but you end up cutting it with a pair of scissors, and then you have to find a way to close the packaging back up, and it just bugs the hell out of me. Let's see this one from Use My Name. It's Dan. Waking up unexpectedly at 4:30 and deciding to do sheet laundry, thereby using all the hot water, resulting in a cold shower. Not salting my driveway, and Bill being a Nittany fan. Really?
Well, you went to school there.
I'm really not that much. I don't give a. I don't care.
He's putting it on.
I don't give a care about whether they
putting
win
it
or
on.
not. But I did go to school there. Let's see. Alzheimer's has no T in it. So stop saying it as though it has a T in it. It's not Alzheimer's.
Oh, I was going to say, where does the T go?
It's Alzheimer's. Please rid the world of this or change the damn spelling of the word, please, I beg you. And then finally, this one says, disrespectful teens doing parkour at the graveyard to get views due to vanity and trying to gain clout. It's inappropriate and it must go. The last train leaving the airport, last train leaving the airport at 11:30 p.m. when your flight back home arrives 5 minutes after midnight. This doesn't help me reduce my carbon footprint because it forced me to hire an Uber. Butchered karaoke at 2:30 in the morning.
No, that's when it happens.
Especially when the hostess is accusing me of never choosing any contemporary songs.
Well, see, there's the problem. He's nitpicking. Yeah.
The first staff meeting of the year being news that you and 2/3 of the department are being laid off.
Oh, good.
Katie not getting any points from last year's Deadpool. She better not have Mel Brooks on that list.
She does.
I hope Gina gets her selections to Frank on Thursday punctually. And people saying that Andrew Tate got placed in Romanian police custody instead of saying he got Bucharest-ed. Thank you for letting me.
Oh, that's funny.
Thank you for letting me listen.
Thank you. That's good.
Tony. Then there's some others, but I don't think I'll read them. Okay. Right. Carrie?
From the foot of Mount Doom, these are the kind of problems that we have. When it snows right before Pooper Scooper comes, and it's supposed to come, and it covers all the poop, and it's been 3 weeks now.
Uh-oh. Not good.
It's piling up. It's piling up. Let's see, things that must go. Wind chill. Minus 30 degrees here in Omaha. A few days before Christmas, it blows, and it's sure to happen here again. Gerald the nurse. All right. This one from Heather. It's good to hear your voices again. Things that must go. When you have a suffix in your name and you book your flight, but for some reason it doesn't move the suffix to the end of your first name on your boarding pass, which does not match your passport. John Doe II becomes John II Doe. Then having to go to the counter because the kiosk doesn't understand and the agent removes your TSA approved off of your new boarding pass and you have to get back in line. Very specific problem, but there you go. And finally, this one from Claire. Katie's wedding dump on Instagram must go. Not the dump itself. I loved seeing all the pics, and I liked as many as I could. Katie was a stunningly beautiful bride, and the wedding looked amazing. No, it's what her dump of pics and my subsequent scrolling through / liking them has now made Instagram think I want to see more wedding stuff.
Ooh.
Suddenly it feels my feed as a plethora of suggested for you wedding theme thread. So Instagram thinking I want more wedding themed threads in my feed, all because I loved seeing Katie's photos. Must go.
That's from Michael. A few months ago, I wrote in to say that my daily 9 a.m. meeting must go. Oh, a week later, that meeting was canceled. It works.
Hey, see?
Things that must go. My new thing that must go, my daily 9:30 meeting, they say. What about me? Do you want me to go?
It might be a good idea.
No, I'm serious. Are you?
Yes.
Is that all you have?
No, but I'm wondering.
You're not. You don't sound well.
I think maybe I should.
Yeah, I think so too.
I don't want to make you guys uncomfortable.
It's too late. You already are.
That part is already done. So if that's why you're leaving, it's too late. I'm already uncomfortable.
But well, that's Dr. Cobble.
All right. We got it coming up. Here, let me finish, since we're still recording this for play later.
Okay.
And it's a complete and total loss unless we try to at least put a little icing on top of this.
All right.
Things that must go. People that come into a restaurant at 6 p.m. during the holidays without a reservation and then get pissy at the staff when they aren't able to find a table for them. There we go. All right.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
There's a crash westbound I-80 at 23rd East and Holiday, affecting the left lane of traffic. That's the only accident being reported by UDOT. You can text in something if you see it, though, 33986. If you're in the market for a new Toyota vehicle, your search begins at Toyota.com. Whether you're interested in a car, truck, SUV, hybrid, or minivan, comprehensive listing of Utah Toyota dealerships at Toyota.com.
All right, thank you. We will take a break. We will be back. We get to, Dr. Cobble at 7:45. So we can ask him questions about this whole situation. Boner of the Day is coming up as well. Stand by for that and more.
Hi, I'm Todd Newcomb, Program Director of X96.
Claps. Claps. Spell it with me now. C-L-A-P-S. Claps. And now we'll use it in some dialogue, starring as our two Utah men, LeVar and LeGrand. We join the boys now at the Ward Cultural Hall as they take in a revival of the great theatrical production, Saturday's Warrior. As the show nears its climax, LeGrand R. Dunn becomes highly emotional. Again, the word is claps. Let's listen.
Oh, this is such an uplifting show, LeVar. And this is the most uplifting moment in the whole Saturday's Warrior production.
I have to admit, LeGrand, I too am stirred. That girl who plays Julie Flinders has a way about her. She's a nice-looking young woman. I am stirred.
Oh, she found her true spiritual mate. And they're going to have a wonderful life together, and they'll have a big brood of kids, too. No abortions for them. Oh, that evil Mac. That son of perdition, he'll never have influence on them.
Girl like that you wouldn't mind having an influence on, though.
I have never experienced a theatrical moment like this before, LeVar. I think I'm having some palpitations.
I, too, am experiencing some palpitations, LeGrand. I wonder if the girl playing Julie's single.
I'm feeling faint, LeVar.
LeGrand?
Everything's going to gray.
You okay?
I think I'm gonna collapse. Oh, I'm gonna collapse. Help! Catch me, LeVar. I'm gonna collapse.
LeGrand, get up. You're embarrassing me. Wake up. Oh, my heck, he's out cold. Somebody call a paramedic. Is there a doctor in the house? Anybody know CPR? My friend LeGrand said he's gonna collapse, and he did. He collapsed. Somebody help. Wake up. Wake up.
Oh. LeVar, get help. Don't let me pass through the veil to the other side.
Oh, you just fainted, puss boy.
still in recovery.
From what?
Well, we were gone for 2 weeks?
Mm-hmm.
And in that 2 weeks, I did something that I don't ordinarily do. And that is, I went to bed at what most people refer to as a normal time.
Oh, okay.
They had dinner at what most people refer to as a normal time.
Mm-hmm.
They did all these things.
Now, you don't normally don't do that when you're on vacation.
When I'm on vacation, that's what I do. When I'm not on vacation, I have to get up at 3 a.m, and I never eat at normal times or go to bed at what society has determined as a normal time.
Yeah.
So what I've decided is that this is a term I have created for that 2-week period where I'm doing things at normal times, and it's called Normspringa. That's when I get to be a normal boy.
It's good.
For a few
and
weeks.
And you love it.
And I love it. I sleep until 9. I go to bed at 11.
I wonder how many people get that reference. Normspringa.
Normspringa.
It's Rumspringa that the Amish kids, when they turn 16 or something like that, they say, okay, you can stop being Amish and just go live a normal life for a while. Go crazy. It's called Rumspringa.
Get it out of your system.
Yeah.
So right now I'm having a Normspringa hangover.
Well, of course, you really, at the end of that Normspringa, then you should just commit yourself to doing it forever.
To being normal forever? Or
no, to being...
Going back to being Amish forever.
Yeah.
Going back to
You're radio Amish.
Yeah.
I am radio Amish.
Radio Amish, that's right.
Katie found me a COVID test.
Well, take it.
Let's do it.
I've taken 2 and they're negative, but I'll do another one.
When did you take them?
Yesterday.
Not this morning?
Not this morning.
Okay, well, let's do this.
Do one this morning. And,
you want me to do it right here?
Well, or
is it a spit one or is it a nose one?
It's a nose one.
Yeah, listen, no, I would love to see you putting a swab in your nose.
I'll go in the bathroom.
I mean, the internet would love to see it, but I'm not sure I can handle it.
Oh, I'd love it.
Carrie has a nose thing.
I know.
A nose thing.
I know.
I'll go in the bathroom.
You have prominent nostrils. I think it would be exciting. Yeah. It would be exciting.
Oh, Matt brought it to us, apparently. Thank you, Matt. Okay, so when the commercial comes, then you can go and do that.
So you were, Gina, you did a lot of traveling where you got COVID, apparently.
Well, because first I went to Boston over the holiday.
She's been swimming in Petri dishes.
Mm-hmm. I know.
We had a family thing in Boston. And it's the first time I've ever been to Boston. And
did somebody say, please come to Boston?
Just for the springtime is when you're supposed to go. But Boston gave me hope for big cities.
What?
Okay.
It was clean. There were nobody sleeping on the sidewalk. And I asked my niece who lives there, what, this is a big city. Where are all of the big city things? Where are all of the homeless people sleeping on the sidewalk? She said, taxes are a little higher in Boston, in Massachusetts, but it is a law that they have to find shelter for
people.
It's a law.
Really?
Now, I don't know how they're doing that, but they're not on the streets.
Well, not on the streets you were on.
We were all over the place. I mean, I'm sure they are somewhat, but generally, my sense was Boston was a clean, safe place. They have all of these electronic garbage cans all over the place that have different recycling.
That's where the homeless live.
In the
garbage cans.
I don't know what they're doing. It was a beautiful city. I was surprised how much I liked it.
If you've been to Boston or would like to comment, 877-602-9696.
I believe they are handling the homeless situation in a positive way there, it sounds like.
I haven't been to Boston for years. I've been there twice, actually. The first time I went to Boston, I slept on the floor of a heroin addict apartment because I didn't have any place else to sleep. The second time I went, I was working for a trade show. And John Carter was supposed to do it, and I ended up doing it.
Really?
Yeah. 2-week trade show for iOmega. You remember that company?
Yeah.
But it was a big trade show in Boston, and I had to do 3 presentations a day, shows a day at this big trade. It was fun. It was really fun, and then I got to go to Fenway Park, and all I saw of Boston was, just the kind of downtown area, and it was beautiful. It was great. But I think there are other parts of Boston that
I'm
are
sure there are.
That, the parts that you didn't see are,
All the parts I've walked through are pretty good looking. I mean, the Freedom Trail walk that I did.
On your treadmill?
On my treadmill.
Yeah.
Is it the Freedom Trail? Is that what it's called? Beautiful.
Runs right through town.
Beautiful architecture, yes. They burned witches,
Yeah, they did.
And you go to places there where you're like, you shouldn't be able to stand here. Benjamin Franklin sat right there. Why am I allowed to be in this room?
Because you're an American.
Sit where Benjamin Franklin sat.
Because you're an American, and Benjamin Franklin is no better than you, and you are no better than Benjamin Franklin. You're allowed to. You can take a dump where Ben Franklin did.
But. So we did Boston, and then we did the Rose Bowl. And so on both of these flights...
That's on a different end of the country.
Yes. I don't understand people that can't follow instructions. When the pilot puts on the seatbelt sign, because he can see that there's turbulence, and it's not safe for you to be up walking around, people think they know better. No, I'm getting up. I'm going to the bathroom. I'm like, no, you sit there until he turns it off.
Gina, but my freedoms.
There's a reason he's doing that. Because you could go through a patch of turbulence and hit your head on the ceiling, and he knows that that's a possibility. He will turn it off when it is safe to get up. If I wasn't having a coughing fit, that would have been in my...
These communists don't want us to stand up on airplanes, Bill.
That's true. I don't ever pay any attention to that.
You always get up?
I always get the minute the seatbelt sign says it says fast. Of course, the seatbelt sign never goes off anymore.
Sure, it does.
It's always said keep your seatbelt fastened.
Well, you should.
When you're sitting down.
But they used to shut that sign off every once in a while. They don't ever shut it off anymore.
But even so, from here to California, it's an hour and a half. You can't hold your bathroom needs for an hour and a half. Come on, you can wait till.
You don't understand.
You do what I do, and you take an Imodium before you leave, just in case.
That doesn't keep you from peeing, does it?
You pee before you.
Is it any wonder you're immunocompromised? Jeez.
I'm holding it all in.
Richard is on the phone. He's calling from Boston right now, as a matter of fact.
Hi, Richard.
Richard.
Hello, Richard.
Hi.
What's up?
So we have definitely stayed in different parts of Boston because there's nothing but trash, homeless people on the streets everywhere. I'm on the south end of Boston, though. I'm towards the South Bay.
Southie.
Yeah. South.
And everything. But
now, are you from there, or are you a transplant?
We just came here to see the hockey game back on Monday, me and my son.
Oh.
And so we're out here, and when she said, oh, it's so clean, I was like, we've just seen nothing but trash and homeless people.
Really?
And it's a dirty city.
Yeah, I suspected that Gina didn't.
Close to Fenway Park, it was different.
Yeah, Fenway Park and that whole downtown area is really nice.
That's why you spring extra for the Airbnb there, son. That's why.
And we went to a Celtics game, and even around that stadium, it wasn't bad.
I think it's more that we're on the south end, because when we walked up to Fenway, the closer and closer and closer we got to the nicer parts, it got a little bit better. But I was quite surprised at how, I've been to a bunch of cities and stuff, but New York City and all that stuff, and it's probably one of the worst ones I've been to so far.
Boston is? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's worse than Philly. I lived out by Philly, but it's one of the worst and dirtiest I've seen so far.
I mean, there are parts of New York City you go to and you think, God, this is really beautiful.
Yeah.
And then there are other parts where, not so much. Mm-hmm. So it just depends on where you are. It depends on where the money is, Richard, is what it's
like I said, you got to spring extra for that Airbnb.
Have a good trip, though, Richard. You enjoyed the hockey game?
Thanks. Yeah, except for the Penguins losing. It was a nice experience.
Are you back, or are you still in Boston?
we're in Boston one more day, and then we're going to fly back. I'm from there. My son lives at Salt Lake, and I live in Allentown. So
Allentown, Pennsylvania?
Another really bad place, and nice parts and bad parts.
Listen, Billy Joel spoke very highly of Allentown. Wasn't that Billy Joel's song?
Yeah, and he didn't speak highly.
It was not.
It was a
speaking
terrible
highly.
He didn't. It was about
That's
how
right.
dilapidated it is now.
And it still is, yes. All right, Richard, thanks for calling us.
Richard, that Freedom Walk, beautiful architecture. They burned witches, you know.
That's where we're going right now. Like
All right.
when we hang up. So.
Burn a witch for us, Richard.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, don't say Carrie doesn't go anywhere. Carrie goes all
I've
kinds
been
of
everywhere,
places.
man.
Harry goes all over the world in his house on his treadmill.
That's right. Beautiful.
I'd really like to try that sometime.
It's fun.
All right, see ya.
Thanks, Richard. All right. Let's see. Traffic, Gina, please.
Let's see if anything new has happened. It's been a pretty light commute so far. Just one accident to tell you about. Crash northbound I-15, 27th south. It's on the right shoulder. Oh, wait, here's one other one. Crash southbound Legacy Parkway, 950 north in Centerville. And if you see something, you can text us, 33986. The downtown winter market at the Gateway is Saturdays, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Shop fresh produce, meats, unique gift ideas in the craft market. More information at slcfarmersmarket.org.
Let's see, I was a little late getting the boner candidates to the folks who put it online, so I don't know what order these are going to be in, but here are the boner candidates you'll be considering. Number one, perhaps, excuse me, officer, I was wondering, did you get that thing I sent you? Boner candidate number two, maybe the universe was trying to send the loving parents a message. And boner candidate number three, the rules are different for influencers.
All right, we got boners, big boy news, all coming up. Stand by for all of that. Squatters Pub Brewery. Oh, we're going to do our show.
Lights, camera, brunch. That's coming up on, what is it, the 22nd of this month. $30. And this last time we did this, it sold out.
Mm-hmm.
And it sells out quickly.
You get a lot for $30. You get brunch, eggs, sausage, French toast, hash browns, orange juice, coffee, fresh fruit, and you get entry. And we're going to have some glassware like we had before.
We
get pint glasses,
limited edition pint glasses.
Very, very nice pint glasses. One of the glasses has you get two. One has an X96 or a Radio from Hell logo.
Radio from
And the
Hell.
other one is a Squatters.
Unless they're changing them again.
Anyway, it's the 22nd. You can get tickets by going to x96.com, just $30 a person. It does sell out. And then you can be a part of the Not Safer Radio podcast that we do as well. So go to x96.com. You must be 21 years of age to attend.
Need to catch up on Miss...
We used YouTube every day.
Right, it's right there.
That's how we get on Radio from Hell TV. It's x96.com/live.
On the X96 YouTube channel.
And so YouTube has various rules and standards.
Which is good.
Yeah, sure. One thing is we can't play commercials.
Yeah,
So we can't take those out. We can't play music.
Can't play music
because it's unfair to the artists, I guess.
Right.
Yeah.
So
it's weird because we pay the artists to play their songs for the radio.
But that's a
but
separate
that's
thing.
separate.
Yeah.
From YouTube, so we can't. That's why, and that's why podcasts don't have songs in them a lot. It's the same thing because
I didn't know that.
When you play a podcast, the algorithm hears the song and goes
So, and YouTube has other rules or about political things and misleading things. And anyway, we got this email from YouTube. Hello, Radio from Hell. Our team has reviewed your content, and unfortunately, we think it violates our misinformation policy. We have removed the content from YouTube, and it says what it has a link to what they removed.
It's one show.
Yeah. We know that this might be disappointing, but it's important to us that YouTube is a safe space for all. If content breaks our rules, we remove it. If you think we've made a mistake, you can appeal, and we'll take another look. Keep reading for more details. Katie says, by the way, that she has sent in an appeal. Here's how your content violated the policy. This will make you laugh, I think. Content that advances false claims that widespread fraud, errors, or glitches change the outcome of the U.S. 2020 presidential election is not allowed on YouTube, you guys.
That's what they say we did.
Yeah.
Well, we were probably reading a story about somebody else saying those things, and that's...
And this is not a... They do have live people monitoring stuff, but I think they also have...
This is
bots or
it's
an
algorithm that picked up on us talking about it.
Because if a person had heard that, they wouldn't have.
No.
They wouldn't have flagged it.
No.
I am glad that YouTube removes that stuff. That makes me feel good that they are looking for those things. This is just a mistake.
It's so I don't think we're in horrible trouble because what is it? You get three chances or something?
It says because this is the first time. This is just a warning.
Oh, yeah.
If it happens again, your channel will get a strike, and you won't be able to do things like upload, post, or live stream for 1 week.
1 week?
We want to help you stay on YouTube, so please be sure you understand YouTube's community guidelines.
Yeah, absolutely.
Review your content with our policies in mind. If after reviewing your content you think we made a mistake, let us know. Well, okay.
And that's
you can appeal the decision here.
That's what Katie's done. Is she's appealed the decision.
I'm predicting that they will read the appeal and go, "What? Oh, let it." Then a person will listen to it, and go, "Oh, yeah, you're okay. You're fine." That's what I predict.
My guess is nothing will come from this.
That's what I would think.
No, I mean, like, they're not going to bother to go back and listen to it again.
They're not?
Oh, yes, they will. Yeah, they will.
I bet not.
Well, then how will they make a decision?
There is no decision to be made.
Well, they wouldn't tell you.
They didn't take us down.
They took down that episode, and I want it back. Okay. By God.
Okay.
I want my episode back. And I want them to acknowledge that we did not violate their policy.
Yeah.
I don't want to just ignore it.
If I'm wrong, what do you want from me?
Nothing.
Well, is there...
I don't know what you're...
Is there like a deadline?
I mean, do you want to bet? Do you want to bet that we never hear from them again about this, even though we asked for an appeal?
I'll bet you.
We
will hear from them.
How long should we give it?
Well, I don't know. We'll hear from them at some point.
But
they will.
She's betting that we won't.
You're betting that they will not respond to the appeal at all.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll bet you $100.
$100?
Yes.
Okay.
$100.
But what's a deadline?
Oh, well, it's just whenever. I don't care.
because that could be 5 years from now.
Yeah.
No. I'd say a month. I'll give them a month.
Month seems soon.
Why do we put a deadline on it? I think it'll be sooner than that, but I don't know for sure.
Because she's betting that we'll never hear from them, and if we wait forever to hear from them, then the bet is never resolved. See?
Okay, I see what you mean.
So that's why we need a deadline.
Okay, 6 months.
6 months?
Yeah, but it's not going to be that long. We'll hear from them sooner rather than later. $100.
Okay.
You got that, Katie? 6 months?
And they will contact you, right?
Mm-hmm.
and they will contact her.
All right.
I mean,
they don't put that for nothing.
You may get something back that says, "All right, an appeal's under review," but you'll get a response to that request for an appeal, but that'll be.
So you're saying that there will be no
do anything with it. They won't come back and say yes.
There will be no "we're sorry" or "we were right" or anything like that.
Right.
That's your bet.
That's my bet.
Okay, we're getting this all clear. I want it fair.
I don't understand why you even would go so far as to.
Because do you know how many of those things they take down every day?
Yes.
They're not going to spend the time to go back and listen to our podcast and decide. They're just going to go whatever. They will. It'll be lost to the ether. We'll never hear from them.
Yes, we will.
Okay.
We absolutely
6 months. Katie is writing it down.
And you're suggesting that we have to hear more than just your review.
You will get an automated response like you do when you ask for anything. Well, we're looking into it. Haven't you ever?
And so that's not going to count as the response.
No, she's betting is no resolution.
Yeah.
Yeah, there will be. There will be a resolution as well.
All right. We'll see. 6 months. Texter, I once got banned from posting on Facebook because my picture of a trash can violated their rules against nudity.
I want to see that picture.
Let's see that sexy trash can. I want to see that.
Why in the hell would that be?
Mm-hmm. Bizarre love triangle. All right, 7:24, and it is time now for Boner of the Day. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote. Of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to be Boner of the Day for today, January 4, 2023? We'll give you 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you'll vote. One of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it, gotta win it. Radio from Hell Boner t-shirt.
Boner candidate number 1. The rules are different for influencers.
Are they?
Apparently. I'll read this as it is written. A blonde beauty has been dress coded on the slopes of a ski resort after she bared her booty in front of stunned children. The uninhibited influencer, who has not been publicly identified, was caught on camera being told by a staff member at the ski resort, a family-friendly Big Sky, that would be Montana, Big Sky, Montana resort over the weekend. In the footage, which was posted on Instagram, an Instagram account called Influencers in the Wild, the scantily clad skier was seen with her pants down, exposing her derriere in a black G-string onesie. And it's snowing, and it's cold, and there's her boyfriend or a friend of hers is down on his knees taking photos of her bare behind in the snow. The mountain ranger had to go over and asked her to please stop. There are children around, and, well, it's a public mountain, and, the stunner, it says here, was attempting to pose for a cheeky photo when she was reprimanded.
A cheeky photo.
Yeah, cheeky photo. See, I'll just read. I hate the way people write news stories sometimes. Her male companion seen crouched down in the snow trying to take the perfect shot.
No, in this story, is she ever identified?
No.
Not very influential.
No.
If you're an influencer.
Well,
if nobody knows who you are.
I guess. But listen, the rules are different for influencers. I
don't think they are.
If I had been getting into this business 30 years ago, I would have been an influencer instead of a radio guy. Boner candidate number 1. As Boner candidate number 2, maybe the universe was trying to send these loving parents a message. The late ABC News executive producer Dax Teixeira and his widow are accused of leaving their young children unattended inside of a hotel room while they went out for dinner. And he ended up dead.
What?
Veronica Teixeira, a senior producer at the Washington Post, told officials that she and her husband left their 2 children at a hotel room while they went out for an evening in Manhattan. When her husband collapsed from a fatal heart attack at the restaurant. Dax died on September 23rd at the age of 37. Hours later, Veronica was arrested and charged with 2 counts of child endangerment after NYPD received a call from an exclusive members-only Yale club for unattended children on the premises. Following NYPD's response to 50 Vanderbilt Avenue, which is home to the members-only Yale Club, the widow was charged with 2 counts of acting in a manner injurious to a child. According to police, upon their arrival, officers discovered a 2-year-old female and a 5-month-old female.
5 months old?
Believed to be their children. Sources claim the children had been left alone inside of the hotel room for an extended period of time. Police did not confirm the identity of the minors. However, the children's ages and description match those of this couple's children. A source told the New York Post that the couple was out for dinner at Bobby Van's Steakhouse when the producer suffered a heart attack. The 33-year-old mother said she traveled with her husband via ambulance before she was arrested just hours later for child endangerment. Veronica claimed that the couple had, quote, 2 cameras trained on their children when they left them unattended in the hotel room as they went out in Manhattan.
Is the camera going to take care of them?
We had 2 cameras trained on my children as they slept, and I monitored them closely the time I was away from them, Veronica said. And while the girls are unharmed, I realized this was a poor decision.
2 years old and 5 months old?
So apparently, when Dax collapsed, she said, I accompanied him in the ambulance to the hospital. I called a close friend and my parents to rush to the hotel to make sure that the kids were okay. And the hotel said, we can't let you in here. We don't know who you are.
And they went, it'd be different if he got sick and she went to the hospital and that's why they were left alone. No, they were out to dinner.
Yeah.
And she's trying to blame all these other people?
No.
Boner candidate number 2. I don't know. Maybe the universe is trying to send these loving parents a message. One of you's going to die. I just can't. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Excuse me, officer. I was wondering, did you get that thing I sent you?
Boner candidate number 3 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo brought to you by...
If you're in the market for a new Toyota vehicle, your search begins at Toyota.com. Whether you're interested in a car, truck, SUV, hybrid, or minivan, a comprehensive listing of Utah Toyota dealerships at Toyota.com.
Speaking to the New York Times for a new interview published on Sunday, Iggy Pop says he was once asked to join AC/DC.
I don't see that.
During a hiatus from the Stooges. The godfather of punk, however, did not think he was the right choice to be in AC/DC.
He's right.
They had a manager many years ago, and when I hadn't reformed the Stooges, I hadn't moved to England. He said I was just hanging out, and this guy says to me, hey, are you interested in joining AC/DC? They're looking for a singer. Well, I listened to their record, and I thought, no, I can't fit that bill. He said it wasn't like I didn't like them. The album was quite well made, as a matter of fact, says Iggy. They do careful work, but it's not the kind of work that I'm needed for. He also spoke about meeting with AC/DC's former lead singer, the late Bon Scott, who died in 1980. I had some wonderful encounters with Bon Scott somewhere along the line. I don't remember exactly what it was because we were both drunk and stoned. I see pictures sometimes and I go, hey, I don't remember, but that is me with Bon. I loved what he did as a singer with AC/DC, said Iggy Pop. Iggy will release his 19th solo album on Friday.
Oh.
Wow.
Every Loser, it's called. And the project includes a lineup of featured artists that could pass for a list of Rock and Roll Hall of Fame members. Who's on it? Taylor Hawkins of Foo Fighters, Chad Smith of Chili Peppers, Josh Klinghoffer of Guns N' Roses bassist Duff McKagan, Pearl Jam guitarist Stone Gossard, Blink-182's Travis Barker, among many, many others. Iggy said Taylor came in with an incredible style. It was great working with Taylor Hawkins. He says, I'm very fortunate to have people like that who want to record with me. And the just in one other bit of entertainment news here, the front man, was he the front man? He's System of a Down. John Dolmanian says that Serge Tankian hasn't really wanted to be in System of a Down for a long time. And I can see why. Maybe the rest of the band members feel the same. Family and colleagues reacting to the death of a Utah man killed in a plane crash in Provo. Officials identified the person who died Monday as 62-year-old Nathan Ricks of Alpine, Utah. Ricks was a retired executive of Nu Skin, and the company wrote that his influence continues to be felt by Nu Skin teams around the world. Jeff Mack worked at Nu Skin with Ricks and has known him for 35 years. He said Mr. Ricks was goal-oriented. He would plan his life backwards. He was so goal-oriented. He would say, what do I look like at 90? What have I achieved? What is my family life? What is my net worth? What kind of person am I? What kind of impact did I have? Mack watched as Rick's speeches inspired thousands of people across the globe. Since the announcement of his death, hundreds have posted tributes and words of condolences for the family. Provo city officials said that the private jet he was piloting crashed immediately after takeoff at 11:30 in the morning. Mr. Ricks died on the runway. Nobody knows exactly what happened.
Wasn't it bad weather that day?
I feel like it doesn't
say anything.
It doesn't really say that would be. They don't know what the cause was. They say they
because it didn't get very far off the ground.
Yeah, it said the. I'm trying to look and see if it says any particular. The airport's been closed since the crash. Provo Airport closes. Says as part of the investigation, it just doesn't say what. The crash happened on the main runway. No, doesn't say.
Okay.
Doesn't say anything about the weather in this story, so you may be correct. I don't know. On the opening day of the 118th Congress, Utah Representative Chris Stewart is displeased with his fellow Republicans in the U.S. House of Representatives who have refused to elect California Representative Kevin McCarthy as the chamber's new House Speaker. After more than 5 hours of floor time and 3 rounds of voting yesterday, the House adjourned without a speaker and will return today to keep voting.
This hasn't happened in 100 years, by the way.
1923 is the last time. A small group of egotistical members, this is Chris Stewart speaking, a small group of egotistical members are currently holding up the House Speaker vote. They have no candidate. They have no consensus. They have no goal. Don't buy their empty rhetoric about draining the swamp, he said. They just want 15 minutes of fame.
So, did I write that statement for him?
So it's okay that if Chris Stewart wants to go along with Donald Trump draining the swamp.
This is your Republican Party. Congratulations.
And this is a preview of what's going to happen for the next 2 years.
I think it's exciting.
Yep.
I'm very excited about all of this. It means that they will be unable to do anything.
That being said, overnight, Trump released a statement saying vote for Kevin.
Oh, did he?
Yes.
The story I have here says he still refuses to endorse him.
It was just shown up.
Okay.
And he says, vote for Kevin. He might not suck, is essentially the theme of the. It was such a endorsement, non-endorsement.
Sort of a weak.
A real weak endorsement. Yeah. It was like he might not suck.
A Missouri inmate was put to death Tuesday for a 2003 killing in what is believed to be the first execution of a transgender woman in the United States. Amber McLaughlin, convicted of stalking and killing a former girlfriend and dumping the body near the Mississippi River in St. Louis. McLaughlin's fate was sealed earlier in the day when Governor Mike Parson declined a clemency request. McLaughlin spoke quietly with a spiritual advisor at her side as the fatal dose of phenobarbital was injected. McLaughlin breathed heavily a couple of times, then shut her eyes, pronounced dead. A few minutes later, she said before dying, "I'm sorry for what I did. I am a loving and caring person. This was not me."
Mm-hmm.
And yesterday I was mentioning to Carrie, Gina, I don't know if you heard this, but of all the executions performed in the United States in 2022, 1/3 of them. Now there weren't many; there were like 30, something like that.
Yeah,
1/3 of them botched. Problems with them. The drug didn't work the way it was supposed to.
How about we not do that anymore?
Yeah, I mean, why do we just not? Let's just not have the death penalty. How about that?
I mean, there are people I want to make sure never get out.
And
see the light
and make
of
no
day.
mistake, there are people I think deserve to be dead.
Sure.
but it's not my decision to make, and I don't think it's anybody's decision to make.
Weather, traffic.
My COVID test is negative. This is the third one I've taken.
Okay.
I mean, I don't want you guys to...
And coming up, we'll ask Dr. Cobble what else could be wrong with you at 877-602-9696 here in about 10 minutes.
Weather, partly sunny today, 38 for a high. Then we'll have a chance of rain tomorrow because it'll be quite warm, 43. And then it cools down enough to be snow Friday into Saturday, it looks like. Traffic, we've got... crash westbound I-80 near 23rd East. Both the left and right side of the freeway are blocked, so traffic is having to funnel down the center, and that's slowing things down through there. Car slid off Legacy Parkway heading towards Centerville. Emergency vehicles are blocking the right shoulder, and traffic slowing down and backing up as they move to the left. It's time for Lights, Camera, Brunch. Don't miss Radio from Hell's annual independent film-themed podcast recording with brunch, beers, and drinks Sunday, January 22nd from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Get tickets at x96.com. You must be 21 years of age or older.
All right. Here's boner candidate number 3. Excuse me, officer. I was wondering, did you get that thing I sent you? Clovis, New Mexico. A Clovis man was arrested by New Mexico State Police after he dropped a deuce. Well, he dropped feces through a mail slot at the New Mexico State Police headquarters in Clovis. According to a criminal complaint, Christian Cook was confronted by state police officers as he walked away from headquarters building. He was allowed to leave without incident, but Clovis police arrested him on Thursday after they examined the contents of what he had put through the mail slot. Cook's visit to state police headquarters followed a call police said Cook made to state police in which he said, "I'm going to throw dog feces at the state police building." The call was one of 14 that Mr. Cook made to state police within an hour, in which he said he was going to harass them and issued threats to fight with dispatchers, at one point saying, "Let's take it out on the street without weapons." He also told the dispatcher, "Y'all like to treat people like dog ass. Well, you're going to get dog ass." And then he was caught on video
You get that thing I sent you?
putting dog ass through a mail slot at the police headquarters. Boner for candidate number 3. Did you get that thing I sent you?
Let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. You know, the rules are different for influencers. A young woman with a very nice posterior, it looks like, but bearing her bottom at a ski resort where, you know, families are hanging out and skiing. And she's doing it because she's an influencer, you know. And so she wants to get pictures of her doing this on Instagram. Boner candidate number 2, you know, maybe the universe was trying to send this loving parents a message. An ABC News producer and his wife left their children alone in a hotel room in Manhattan while they went out to dinner. And while they were out to dinner, the husband suffered a fatal heart attack and died. Of course, had to rush to the hospital. The children... ages, one of them was 5 months old, one of them was 2 years old, alone in a hotel room. Well, I had security cameras on them. No. And boner candidate number 3, excuse me, officer, I was wondering, did you get that thing I sent you?
All right, time to vote for your boner. Remember your candidate number, 1, 2, or 3. Remember, put that in the message of a text, just that single digit, that's all we need. And then text that to 33986. Easy way to vote. Another way to vote, call Katie in the producer's booth. Use your voice vote. She'll take it live at 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner of the Day, January 4, 2023, and vote there. You might not see that box right away, so refresh your internet browser. It'll appear, click, and vote. And that's an easy way to do it. You've only got like 4 minutes is all to get your vote in. So let's go. This is Boner of the Day. Randlife.com/X96.
If you are looking to buy a home, this is where you want to go. Rand Life is a local mortgage company. And as a matter of fact, they're my mortgage company. I have dealt with them now for over 20 years, and they're great. Greg and Gar and all of the guys at Rand Life. If you need a mortgage, if you want to buy a new home, check out Rand Life. House hunting is hard, no doubt about it, and you're probably worried about interest rates. But if you use Rand Life home loans to purchase your home before March 31st, and once interest rates drop, they'll give you a voucher to refinance your home without lender fees. So don't wait. Take advantage of this amazing offer and purchase your dream home right now with Rand Life. Visit randlife.com/X96. Rand Life's refinance voucher covers processing and underwriting lender fees worth up to $1,400. Vouchers can't be combined with other Rand Life offers. Eligibility requirements may apply. Go to randlife.com/X96 for more.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah Word of the Day, and today's word is...
moan. M-O-A-N, moan. How is this Utah word used? Well, let's find out by looking into our two Utah simples as they converse, one with the other. Listen carefully for the word of the day, moan.
Say there, LeGrand. I gotta say, I am impressed with you.
What? I don't know whatever you mean, LeVar. I don't think you've ever paid me one compliment in our lives. I mean, I thought you was pretty sure that you had me figured out and that there was nothing I could do, or would do for that matter, that would ever impress you. I was resigned to the cold, hard fact that I was, in your eyes, unimpressive. That I, again in your eyes, was incapable of having a moment that I could be proud of, because I knew that you was proud to have me as a friend. I mean, I never felt that you felt that I was worth, once more in your eyes, of true and honest friendship.
Well, for hell's sakes, I had no idea you was carrying around this heavy satchel of resentfulness toward me, LeGrand. I mean, you ain't the sharpest spoon in the drawer, but you're okay. I've always thought of you as a friend, in that you are the kind of person that when he needs a shovel or a rake or a lawnmower or other tools and household fixer-up items, the kind of friend that don't hesitate to borrow and then never return them items to me. You're that kind of friend.
Well...
And hence the reason I said I'm impressed with you.
What?
You have stopped your borrowing ways. You don't ask me for stuff anymore.
Well, that's right. And you know why? I went to the Ace the other day, and I bought all kinds of stuff. And now I don't need to borrow your tools. I got my own. I said to myself, LeGrand, stop your borrowing ways. And so I spent a bunch of money and got Gordon tools and household tools and the like. I got my own now.
Well, I guess you could say you've grown.
Yep, got my own. Except for a lawnmower. They're expensive. Can I borrow your lawnmower?
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
7:47 right now. Time to call and line up to ask your questions of Dr. Cobble. It's been a few weeks. It doesn't have to be COVID related. It can be, common cold related. It could be.
What do I have?
We'll get to.
Why does this hurt?
Your diagnosis coming up.
Does this look infected?
877-602-9696 is the number to call, or text your question 33986. But right now, let's award Boner of the Day.
And it's brought to you in part by caramelized pork rice bowl.
And Angkor was once the envy of the world, only to disappear without a single word explaining the kingdom's collapse. Come along on an incredible journey to uncover the mysteries of Cambodia's lost empire. Angkor 3D is now playing at the Northrop Grumman Theater at IMAX Planetarium.
Of course, Boner candidate number one, the rules are different for influencers. There was a substantial number of votes for that. Because I think people don't care for influencers, really. And then Boner candidate number three, putting the feces through the mail slot at a police department in New Mexico. I think there are a substantial number of people who applauded that because it didn't get very many votes at all. But the clear-cut winner with over 100 votes was Boner candidate number two, the couple who left their children alone in a hotel room, out to dinner, then the husband dies of a heart attack.
But I set up cameras.
Yeah.
Wow.
Everything's going to be fine.
All right. I didn't have kids because I didn't think I could take care of them.
You would be a good parent, Terry.
All right. There's your Boner of the Day for today, January 4, 2023. Now qualified to be Boner of the Week. Is this sponsored then, Gina?
Become a nurse in just 32 months at Nightingale College, blending online classes with on-ground supervised field experience. Virtual college, actual nursing. Start your nursing journey at nightingale.edu. Now accepting enrollment for summer semester.
Thank you.
877-602-9696 is the number to call and ask Dr. Michael Cobble questions about your health, about Gina's health, about anybody's health. Dr. Cobble is with us. Good morning, Dr. Cobble. How was your holiday?
Good morning. It was great. You guys sound very chipper. You must have a awesome start to the new year.
We're doing okay, except have you heard Gina's voice?
I'm not chipper, Dr. Cobble.
Yeah.
Oh, is that different than normal?
Yeah. It was a bit different.
So I've taken 3 COVID tests, and they're all negative. Should I just go with that I'm negative and I just have some other bug?
It depends. I've been seeing a lot of flu and RSV and COVID. So if it's just bronchial and no muscle aches or fatigue, it's probably RSV. If it's muscle aches and fatigue, then it's the flu or COVID.
I don't have the muscle aches. It's just all chest and sinus stuff.
Yeah, so it's probably a virus, not COVID, but I don't think it hurts to check every day or two with a COVID test. I mean, really, doing the COVID test is just if you're going to be around other people. If you're isolating at home, it's kind of academic to be doing the test, unless it's the first 5 days and you want to do Paxlovid, or if it's severe flu-like symptoms and we want to do one of the flu-type medications. For RSV, we don't have any treatment options except steroids.
Of course, the question then, Dr. Cobble, would be, 3 negative COVID tests, so it's probably not that, but should Gina be around us?
I have a mask on. I'm masking in the studio.
That's what I'm wondering.
Well, it depends on how many lottery tickets you like to buy. If you're a gambler and you want to take your chances.
I mean, it is. We have technology that she could be at home doing the show, but
I will do whatever you guys want me to do.
Do we have that technology available to us, or are there still games?
We'll figure that out because it should probably happen.
Is there still sports happening?
What should I treat this with, Dr. Cobble? If a lot of people are having like these RSV symptoms, is there anything I can do for it?
Yeah, I think symptomatic. So if you have fevers and chills and aches, then I think Aleve or ibuprofen if you're not allergic to it. Tylenols can be added to either of those for the fevers and the aches. And then if you have a cough, I think Dayquil, NyQuil, Theraflu type things. Certainly chicken broth or chicken noodle soup or
hot toddy,
electrolyte type drink. Hot toddies might be good for you.
Mm-hmm. I just want the prescription for hot toddy. That's what I want.
Yeah. Do you write script for hot toddies? Yeah, I can write the script for that, Gina.
Exactly. Well, Jimmy the wine guy will be here on Friday.
Oh, okay.
877-602-9696, or if you want to text a question for Dr. Cobble, 33986. Dr. Cobble, you sent me an article about China and about what's going on there with COVID. What the hell? Why this explosion of COVID there after they've had all that strict lockdown and then they've decided we're not going to do that anymore? What's going on?
Yeah, I think no natural immunity because they didn't allow the virus to spread, which I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but then I think they have a poor vaccine. So
that's the thing I was going to say is that they're not using our vaccine. They're using their own.
The vaccine they're using is a poor option, and then a lot of the elderly there have not been vaccinated or boosted at all.
And see, that gets lost in the news coverage a lot, and so people are like, "Well, what's going on?" It's because their vaccine is not as good as ours.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty
poor vaccine penetration.
What does the situation seem to be in America right now?
Well, we'd gotten down to about 200 deaths a day, and now we're back up over 400.
Oh.
So it's not great. Again, I've treated more COVID in the last 4 weeks than I've seen in 4 months. Still seeing 2 or 3 people a day, and seen more pneumonia in the last 2 or 3 weeks than I've seen in 12 months.
Wow.
So a lot of folks are catching pneumonia after RSV or catching pneumonia after the flu or catching pneumonia after COVID. So been using a lot of steroids, a lot of inhalers, a lot of antibiotics on top of the Paxlovid or the Molnupiravir, which is the Merck product. If you can't get Paxlovid, the other product is available and quite effective as well.
I can't think of the name of it, but there was a story yesterday about there's something that they say is perhaps better than Paxlovid because it has fewer side effects. A new drug. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Well, we think that we're going to have remdesivir as an oral option. So remdesivir has been the transfusion treatment, and side effects were about 10% less. So I don't think it's remarkably better. We've got 2 oral products we can use currently: the Paxlovid, which is Pfizer's, and then the Merck product. And it really just depends on what the pharmacy has. The Paxlovid's 30 pills in 5 days, and the Merck product is 40 pills in 5 days.
Ew.
So, it's a lot of pill burden.
Yeah,
I'd rather do the one shot and prevent it than have to take all those pills.
Exactly.
What are the side effects that people might experience if they do take Paxlovid?
Poverty.
Yeah, well, it's not cheap.
Yeah, it's about, but the federal government has bought all of the prescriptions and is paying for it because most insurance companies don't have good coverage for branded products. So it is free to anyone that wants it, thankfully, because the federal government has supported that. But, I mean, the side effects, nausea, vomiting, gastrointestinal distress.
I mean, it is 30 to 40 pills.
Similar to the disease you're treating.
Yeah. All right. Hang on, Dr. Cobble. We'll get some questions lined up for you via text at 33986 or call 877-602-9696. Line up and talk to Dr. Cobble. Again, it doesn't have to be about COVID. It could be about anything that's ailing you right now. So, traffic.
There's a crash I-15 southbound near Layton Parkway on the right shoulder. Everyone's driving toward 200 North in Kaysville, but there's some residual delays remaining there. Looks like a car slid off Legacy Parkway heading south in Centerville. Emergency vehicles blocking the right shoulder and traffic is slowing down, backing up as they move to the left lane. Earlier accident westbound I-80 near 23rd East. And if you're seeing anything, you can let us know. This person says stoppage I-15 South Layton Hillfield Road exit. Thank you for sending that in via text at 33986. If you're in the market for a new Toyota vehicle, your search begins at Toyota.com. Whether you're interested in a car, truck, SUV, hybrid, or minivan, comprehensive listing of Utah Toyota dealerships at Toyota.com.
All right, 877-602-9696. Talk to Dr. Cobble, or 33986 for text. Prime IV Hydration.
At the Riverwoods. That's where you want to go, down at the shops at Riverwoods. Prime IV Hydration. Call them to make an appointment. The number is 385-383-6291. That's 383-6291. Start the new year with this Prime IV Hydration. It's very nice. You go there, you meet with a professional, a nurse. They take a really comprehensive health history. Then they give you an IV drip that will suit your needs. You sit in a relaxing massage chair, and it's about 45 minutes, and you get the vitamins, the minerals, all of that stuff right into your bloodstream. The Immunity Armor IV drip is available right now. It'll help you against illness with a powerful and effective dose of vitamin C and zinc. The introductory hydration experience and consultation, you can get it for just $79. That's a $140 value. Call Prime IV Hydration, 385-383-6291.
Feeling saucy.
It's not a big deal, but I guarantee you, Gina, if today were the day you were going to court at 8:15, you would not have come to work.
It's true.
You wouldn't have come to work.
That's true.
I would too.
I don't think you would have.
You would have said, I got court. And we'd say, when? And you'd go, I don't know. And that'd be it, you know.
I'm not sure.
You wouldn't come in.
Court sometime.
I got court sometime. I don't know.
On another topic, it's a totally different topic. Yesterday, we went to lunch at the Lone Star Steakhouse in Sugar House with the staff, and Gina was there with her baby, and I was the little Jonesy, who's almost a year old and just as cute as anything, and I was the only person at the table who made the baby cry.
Well, she's my daughter. She knows you make me cry
everybody
day.
else is going doobie playing with the baby and being cute
Gina,
with the baby.
That doesn't work because I didn't make her cry.
That's true.
And I've made you cry.
That's true.
On the radio.
I went and sat down by the baby to just kind of bonding. Hi, it's your Uncle Bill. Cried.
Even Artie Fufkin didn't make her cry.
No, I thought for sure Artie was going to make her cry.
Hello, baby. Hello, baby. Hello, baby. Hello, baby.
He did that for like 10 minutes.
And kept waving his hand.
He said, "Don't eat trans fats or you'll end up looking like me."
Even Artie didn't make the baby cry.
Artie could have picked the baby up and placed the baby in his mouth, and the baby wouldn't have cried. The whole head, and the baby wouldn't have cried.
I think it's your facial hair. Might make you look scary. I'm just guessing.
Was I the only one there with facial hair?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Heather. Just kidding, Heather.
She hasn't experienced a lot of facial hair. Maybe.
I don't know.
And then I brought her over to you later. Like, it's safe with mommy holding you kind of thing. And I gave Bill a hug. See, he's nice.
She didn't cry then, but she was barely holding it.
She had the face.
Barely holding it together.
She had the
you could see
face.
she was just like any second she was just going to.
It was the face.
We were there for 2 hours, and she was good the whole time we were there. I didn't have to get up and walk around with her once.
Are you surprised?
No, but...
Are you bragging?
Yes.
Okay. So she's like that all the time. You're just bragging.
Yes.
Yeah. And she didn't do that once, does she usually? Well, no. Well, wow.
She ate all kinds of things for lunch I didn't eat. She had tomatoes. She ate the tomatoes off my salad and my onions.
Did not.
And then, she ate all my onions, and then I picked onions.
She really ate
onions?
onions?
Yeah. Loves onions. And I said, Carrie, you can eat that onion?
Here.
But she doesn't have teeth.
She has 4.
That onion even had blue cheese dressing on it, Gina, which is something else that you wouldn't eat.
Well, now that says a lot to me, and because when I sat down by the baby, and maybe this is why she cried, I went, "Hi, honey. God, your breath stinks." That's why she cried. That's why she cried.
I get the theme up here. Here we go.
877-602-9696. If you'd like to talk to Dr. Cobble, ask him a question. You can also text 33986. And we have some text questions, I believe.
Yeah, we got quite a few. We do have a phone call.
Okay.
Let's go to Patty.
Hi, Patty.
Go ahead.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. My 82-year-old mother had a virus around Christmas time, and we read the prescription wrong, so we ended up giving her too much prednisone. She's fine, but I wondered if there's any long-term effects from too much steroid.
Shouldn't be in the short term. For people that take it 5, 10, 15, 20 days, I wouldn't expect any problems whether you used remarkably high doses or not. In the long term, there could be a lot of problems with bone metabolism and weight and glucose metabolism, long term being 3 months to 3 years to 30 years. But we'll give prednisone doses in the hospital that could be 10 to 50 times what you see in an outpatient setting for severe situations. So you couldn't have dosed your mom with prednisone, overdosed your mom with it. She might have had more energy or had difficulty sleeping because it can be a stimulant in some settings, but I haven't seen it raise blood pressure or those types of things.
Yeah, Patty, my mother used to love prednisone. any excuse to take prednisone, my mother liked it.
I hope she's
well,
doing
that's
better.
good news to hear that I didn't affect her health by
You've been
not
feeling
reading
bad
that
about
correctly.
that.
Yeah.
Yes, I have.
I think by long-term use, you mean, Dr. Cobble, you mean like if you take it consistently over a period of years, it starts to do bad things, right?
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, it'd be several months to years.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
You see, there's a great question. Patty got that all cleared up, gave her peace of mind. You, too, can ask a question like that. Just call 877-602-9696.
All right, here's a text question. Let's see. My 12-year-old had a cold for a few weeks and was feeling better, but had a terrible cough. She woke up last Saturday with a very swollen, almost baseball-sized lymph node under her neck.
Yeah.
It has gone down, but it's been 5 days, and it's still quite tender. At what point are you concerned enough to go to the doctor to have that checked? No fever, no drainage. When it was really large, she couldn't eat or swallow, but by Monday it was manageable, very visible to my eye. I'm sure that it felt large for her. I think I would have. I would have gone to the doctor by now.
Yeah, I think if she's not toxically sick and you're not the person that likes to run to the doctor, then appetite's good, no fevers, chills, no severe muscle aches, no respiratory distress, those types of things, probably okay. But I probably would have wanted to see it. Sounds like it was probably a thyroglossal duct cyst that got blocked and infected. But
I'm sorry, a what?
Exactly. Sounds like it was probably a thyroglossal duct cyst, especially if it was in the central neck area. But I think that if she's not toxically sick and it seems to be getting better, then heat packs may help it resolve more quickly. But sounds like she's on the mend.
Is it kids? Seems to me like when I was a child, I had swollen glands all the time.
You are a gland.
And now, and I don't remember the last time I. Thanks, Gina. I don't. That was. You cut me so low sometimes. But I don't remember the last time that ever occurred. That I had ever had you'd get the swollen lymph nodes. No, doesn't seem to happen as an adult.
Yeah. Glands and nodes are very reactive in children. They have pretty remarkable immune systems, and they typically catch 8 different colds a year. So it seems like they're always kind of battling that. And the swollen glands as a kid, sweaty palms as an adult.
There you go.
That's your motto.
Yeah,
that's it. Here's a text question. Is there any way to treat gallstones other than having your gallbladder removed?
Well, gallstone disease is pretty common. Typically, it's activated by poor American diets, so really heavy, creamy, fatty, rich food. So if a person's doing a lot of creamy, fatty food for breakfast or for lunch or dinner, that makes the gallbladder fairly angry. Once you have the stones, probably can't get rid of them. You just hope that they don't get stuck at the opening of the gallbladder and give you a gallbladder attack, or get stuck in the bile duct and create serious illness. But I've seen people live with gallstones 20, 30 years before we remove their gallbladder. But avoiding really heavy, rich, fatty foods and eating more of a vegetable-based diet.
Yeah, all the good stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Gravy.
Yeah. Here's a text question. I've had a chronic cough since February 2020.
Wow.
And I'm just wondering what could be the best over-the-counter treatment for it to not be coughing as much every day. Since 2020? Chronic cough.
Well, I think it's best to see a pulmonary specialist or a primary care specialist and see what the cause of the cough is. I mean, coughs can be from gastric acid reflux. So if you're having heartburn, it's acid reflux bronchitis. If you have hay fever, or you have a new cat in the house, or a new dog, or moved next to a horse farm, it could be animal dander. If it could be mold in the house, it could be asthma that maybe developed later in life. So I think that it's reasonable to see a clinician and try to find the cause. And then I don't find any over-the-counter cough medications are effective long term. They might be good for 3 to 7 days, but I think, find the cause first.
All right. Dr. Cobble, if I'm allergic to ibuprofen, can I take Aleve instead? Reaction to ibuprofen was tight chest, slight trouble breathing, and swollen eyes.
The only way to find out is to try it. So my dad's sensitive to ibuprofen, but he does really well with Aleve. And again, I think that if you can take other nonsteroidals that are prescription and haven't had a problem, then you're probably okay. I think it's reasonable to have some Benadryl on hand. If you try the Aleve and you get those same symptoms, take 25 or 50 milligrams of Benadryl. And that sounds like you haven't had severe respiratory distress with it, so it's a mild allergy, but you might be able to take Aleve.
Now, here's a text, and it's something that I would never text to a radio station. I would be calling someone. Doctor, what are the signs and symptoms of kidney failure?
Oh, wow.
I would be calling someone.
Well, that's tough because liver failure and kidney failure may be very subtle without signs or symptoms, but typically fatigue and malaise, just not feeling good for several weeks. If it's acute kidney failure, your urine will look like Coca-Cola. So the urine will get extremely dark, and it'll be like Coca-Cola color. But I think the best way to tell if somebody has their kidney function is to do a blood test at the office. So I think that going to a clinical office and getting a urine sample and doing a blood test is your best way to.
All right. And the final.
You're asking about your cat, and if it's your cat, you want to go to the veterinarian.
Yes. Final question. Are you still able to get the COVID booster at no cost? I was laid off just before Christmas, have no insurance.
I think so. I know sometime this year or sometime near term, I think that people are going to have to start paying for it, and that just really depends on government funding and government supports. But I think it should still be free, and you certainly can walk into the pharmacy and ask, or the county health department.
I was going to say the county health department has it, I know. That's where I got mine.
Yeah, I get mine at the county health department. But.
So there you go.
All right. Is that it?
Right. I think that's all the time we have for questions for the doctor.
Thanks, Dr. Cobble.
Yeah, happy 2023. Thanks, you guys.
Talk to you next week.
Yeah, 2023.
Good luck, Gina.
Thanks.
Let me know if I need to see you.
Okay.
I stand by your phone, Doc.
Yeah.
He responds to texts as well. He responds to text, Gina.
All right. Let's see. Traffic, please, Gina.
South end of the valley's having some trouble. There's a crash southbound I-15 90th south. It's on the right shoulder. Also crash northbound I-15 146 south. We have a crash southbound I-15 Hillfield Road in Davis County. And a crash southbound I-15 milepost 330 at Layton Parkway in Davis County. And if you're seeing something, you can text us 33986. If you're in the market for a new Toyota vehicle, your search begins at Toyota.com. Whether you're interested in car, truck, SUV, hybrid, or minivan, comprehensive listing of Utah Toyota dealerships at Toyota.com.
Okay. 8:15, Beat Gino. We're going to play it after short messages and a song.
It's actually Beat Gino today.
Beat Gino today. 877-602-9696. She's sick, so she's already at a disadvantage. Let me see what the topic was for the trivia. Oh, Texas Chainsaw Massacre trivia.
All right.
I got that coming up. 877-602-9696 is the number to call. Line up to Beat Gino. What is the prize?
Oh, today we have Monster Jam tickets. It's Monster Jam coming to Vivint Arena January 6th through the 8th.
Monster Jam tickets when you easily beat Gina at, because she's sick and she doesn't know much about Texas Chainsaw Massacre, we'll be quite honest with you. So when you beat Gina, you'll get those Monster Jam tickets at 877-602-9696. Call now, line up now, beat Gino.
Hi, I'm Todd Newcomb.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! In this episode, we find an old adversary of Butch and Lehigh planning their demise.
So, bounty hunter, you will bring me Christiansen?
Jabba the Hutt was very fond of his rank. He would pay me more for a complete set of missionaries.
Christiansen made me look weak in front of the Emperor. Only by turning Christiansen to the dark side will I be able to regain my place by the Emperor's side.
One Elder Jensen.
Sell him to that slug, Jabba. I have arranged to have the elders meet you on Bespin. There you can ambush them without anyone noticing.
If these elders bested you and the Emperor, how do you expect me to transport them back to you?
I prefer my elders frozen. There is a carbonite facility on Cloud City. That should make transporting them simple.
Have my credits ready. I'll be right back.
Here we are, Butch. Cloud City. It sure looks like the holograms they showed us in school.
I don't know, Lehigh. I always get nervous when I stand on a city that's floating miles above the surface. Are you sure this is the right place?
Zone Leader Hanson said that we're supposed to meet someone here named Lando Calrissian, right here on Bespin.
Well, church records on this Calrissian fellow show him to be a gambler, smuggler, womanizer, and a penny stock manipulator. Are you sure this is the guy?
Well, maybe he's ready to turn over a new leaf. Oh, I think that's him right there.
Hi, and welcome to Cloud City. I'm Lando Calrissian. I run the mining operation here on Bespin. Could I offer you a beverage? Perhaps some malt?
I love a malt.
Liquor?
Oh, no, we don't drink, Mr. Calrissian. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Now, our zone leader said that you might be interested in learning more about our religion.
Actually, no. We have some common acquaintances. I've made a deal with the Empire. Well, they'll leave me alone if I introduce you to this guy over here. Elders, this is Boba Fett. Boba Fett, Elders Christiansen and Jensen there. Gotta go now. Got a city to run. Bye-bye.
Well, Mr. Fett was up. Well, hi, I'm... Hey, I'm all tied up.
Cool toy. I need to get me one of those. We could convert more people if we could just tie them up first.
Now, Butch, I don't think we would be allowed to hog-tie prospective converts. Excuse me, Mr. Fett, could you untie me now?
One down, one to go.
Don't push my companion in that hole!
Whoa!
What have you done to my companion? Is Butch dead?
No, he wouldn't be worth much to me dead. Jabba wants to see him die in person. Your companion is frozen in carbonite. Now, if you would be so kind as to throw yourself down in there, we can get on with this.
You're going to take us both back to Jabba's palace?
No, you have an appointment with Darth Vader and the Emperor.
Cousin Darth? Oh, my.
Hey, get over here.
Sorry about this, Butch, but I need you to do something for me. Don't push me.
Ah!
Oh, I guess you weighed more than I thought in this thing, Butch. I'm sorry, Mr. Fat. I hope my companion, who's now frozen in carbonite, wasn't too heavy. Oh, geez, what do I got to do now? I better go for some help.
Never leave your companion, Lehigh.
Mr. Kenobi?
It is the first rule. You must never leave your companion.
Obi-Wan, come back. I need some help. Oh, well, I guess I can put you on my luggage rack like this, Butch. Come on, let's go. Will Butch be able to serve out the rest of his mission frozen in carbonite? Can Lehigh really find a big microwave to defrost him in? Will Darth Vader ever get his revenge and once again become the Emperor's favorite lapdog? And where does Boba Fett get all those neat gizmos? Tune in next time to hear Butch say... on the next mind-numbing episode of Space Elders!
The scents of summer, barbecues, days at the beach, with your buddies, the smell of a man, a cologne that says,
I am a man. I am all man. I am very, very manly, dude.
Radio from Hell brand beer-scented cologne. A little one-on-one b-ball at the playground, or working all day on your car in the hot, hot sun. A man wants to smell like a man. Radio from Hell brand beer-scented cologne. Being a man is hot, sweaty work, and hot, sweaty work all goes better with beer.
Radio from Hell brand beer-scented cologne. Now available in convenient 6-packs at Checker Auto Parts and on draft in kegs at Costco.
Coming soon. Radio from Hell brand Zima scented perfume for the ladies.
Both the COVID test and the audience approval test for Beat Gina. But testing be damned, we're going ahead with another round of Beat Gina anyway. I'm your announcer, Johnny Ola, and you know, here in the announcer's booth, it isn't all knuckles and know-how. When the red light goes out, I'm just plain John, citizen and weekend father. Well, radio can be a dirty, nasty business. So when I get home, my wife knows just what I need and how. A warm, heaping bowl full of Loosener's castor oil flakes. Loosener's doesn't just wash your mouth out, it cleans the system right down the line. So come on, little announcers. Tell Mom to get on it and give you a bowl of Loosener's every day. Remember, you little mic jockeys, it ain't no use if you ain't got the boost that you get from Loosener's. Loosener's castor oil flakes, the all-weather breakfast.
Wow.
And
Is that
now,
a real thing?
And now, here's your I'd suggest a bowl for you, my dear.
I'm sorry.
And now, here's your MC, a man I'd share my Loosener's with any day of the week, Kerry Jackson.
Ah, thank you, Johnny Ola.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Loosener's, huh?
Loosener's castor oil flakes, the all-weather breakfast.
Okay. I'll look for them in the grocery
store near you.
All right, thank you.
They're on the bottom shelf.
Right, I hope. Gina, Carly is who you'll be playing against.
Hi, Carly.
Hi, Gino.
Yep, she knows. All right, Carly, we're going to toss a coin to see who goes first. It will give you an advantage in the game. Heads or tails, Carly?
Tails, please.
Tails, she says, and the coin toss app says tails, Gina, as you can see there.
Carly, you're one step closer to getting these Monster Jam tickets. X96 welcomes Monster Jam to Vivint Arena January 6th through the 8th. You can get more information about that at x96.com.
All right, so this first question is for you, Carly. First of all, it's your chance to, you answer it exclusively. If you get it correct, you get the point. If not, I'll allow Gina to answer that question. If she gets it correctly, she'll steal the point away from you. We'll go back and forth till one of you has 3 points. Texas Chainsaw was released on 2013, which is a remake.
Oh, yes.
But we've got original Texas Chainsaw Massacre trivia. Don't be confused.
Okay.
It's all about the original,
Okay.
the first one. All right? Okay, Carly, first question for you. The character of Leatherface is fictional, but based on who? Is it 1, Marjorie Taylor Greene, 2, Ed Gein, 3, George Santos, or 4, Joan Rivers?
That would be Ed Gein.
Ed Gein is correct.
There's a point for Carly. Gina, your turn.
Okay.
Gina?
Yeah.
The original house, Texas Chainsaw Massacre house, has been relocated and fully restored, and now operates as what?
Okay.
Is it 1, Sweet Liberty Tax Services, owned by Betsy and Craig Kettleman? 2, a restaurant called Hooper's. 3, a Spirit Halloween store. Or 4, a Great Clips.
It's a restaurant, really?
I'm asking the questions.
I don't.
It's a restaurant.
It is. It's a restaurant called Hooper's, named after Toby Hooper.
You shouldn't eat there.
Toby Hooper, who is the director of Chainsaw.
They have great beef dishes. 1-1. Hey, Carly, it's your turn now.
Carly, Entertainment Weekly. Yes. Entertainment Weekly named the film the second scariest film ever made. What was the first on their list?
Okay.
Was it 1, Alien? Was it 2, The Marjorie Taylor Greene Story? 3, The Exorcist? Or 4, Despicable Me, The Rise of Gru?
The Exorcist.
The Exorcist is correct, yes.
Well, it's 2-1. Now, Gina, you have a chance to tie the game.
Gina? His role as Leatherface marked the one and only time that Gunnar Hansen did what? Is it 1, acted in a horror film? 2, lied on his resume about his religion, his education, his work experience, and his mother dying twice?
At 9/11, right?
Yeah. 3, shaved his beard. Or 4, used the casting couch to get a role?
Shaved his beard?
That is correct.
Oh, it's tied. But Carly, by virtue of the coin toss, you have a chance to win this time.
Let's see. Let's pick this question. Now, at the beginning of the movie, there's an announcer who sets up the stage of the movie.
Yes.
That's John Larroquette.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yes.
One of his very first
I didn't
roles.
know that.
According to John Larroquette, what was his payment for doing the opening narration? Was it 1, $1 million? Was it 2, we won't pay you this time, but I promise you I'll get you a role as a Klingon in a Star Trek movie? Was it 3, a joint? Or 4, he was promised he could finally quit that assistant district attorney job?
Ooh. Did he get a doobie?
He did.
And there you go. You win the game, Carly. Nicely played. Nicely played.
Very good.
You've won those tickets to Monster Jam. It's this weekend, Carly, January 6th through the 8th.
Congratulations, Carly.
Hang on the line. We'll get your information.
Listen, it's time for me to slip into a pair of PJs and a cold martini.
Oh, I'd love that. All right. Big Boy News and Opinioendo now, brought to you by
X96 welcomes the Utah International Auto Expo at the Mountain America Exposition Center this January 13th through the 16th. Listen to Todd Newcomb and Corey O'Brien all week long to win tickets. For contest details and ticket links, go to x96.com.
Well, everybody, we can rest easy. Heave a sigh of relief.
Oh?
According to a newly released report, Avatar: The Way of Water's current box office has surpassed the threshold to be considered successful, guaranteeing. And thank God, because James Cameron, he might have just,
been penniless.
He might have slipped into obscurity. Further sequels beyond Avatar 3 are being now green lit. The long-awaited sequel to Cameron's 2009 sci-fi spectacle sees the director reunite with Sam Worthington, Zoe Saldana, Sigourney Weaver, and Stephen Lang in Avatar: The Way of Water. Jake Sully and Neytiri's family are forced to leave their home in the jungles of Pandora to travel to vast oceans and are encountering new civilizations.
Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
The plot of Avatar.
Yeah. But thank God there will be, it looks as though there'll be now more sequels.
See, and I just predicted that there would be just, this one and 2 more was all I predicted.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know. James Cameron seems to be a juggernaut, doesn't he? It just, he can't lose.
People who have bet against him always lose.
The suspect in the University of Idaho murders, Brian Kohberger, was pulled over twice driving in Indiana on December 15th, according to police in Indiana. Apparently, it's just a coincidence, but Kohberger is accused of stabbing 4 college students at the University of Idaho in November of last year. His white Hyundai Elantra was one of the first clues that led to major developments in the case before he was identified as the suspect. According to police in Indiana, an officer stopped a white Hyundai Elantra traveling just outside of Indianapolis. This was at about 10:40 in the morning on December 15th. The car was stopped for following another vehicle too closely. As police confirmed, the body cam footage shows 2 men inside the car. The driver identified as Kohberger. The other person in the car, apparently his father. The officer released the vehicle with a verbal warning for following too close. Police said that at the time of the traffic stop, information on the suspect for the Idaho crimes hadn't been released, so they had no suspicion or anything.
He's got the crazy murder eyes.
Yeah, there you go.
It's him.
There you go. He's got it all figured out.
He's got the crazy murder eyes.
He's pretty confident. As I think his statement was, I look forward to going back to Idaho and being exonerated.
Yeah. Then just minutes after being stopped for following too closely, another cop pulled over the same. A different cop pulled him over for some other traffic violation. Just an odd.
They seemed in a hurry to get away from Washington and Idaho.
Wouldn't you be?
I just hope that they have a good case. If this is the guy, I hope they have a good case. Because if this is the guy and they don't have a good case, then, or if this is not the guy.
Yeah.
It's the guy. I know.
Okay.
Put me on a jury.
All right.
Yeah, that'll happen. The driver of a car that plunged off a cliff in Northern California, seriously wounding 2 children and a second adult after the 250-foot drop, was arrested. The 250 feet off the cliff, none of them were killed.
Wow.
On suspicion of attempted murder and child abuse.
Oh, I saw that in a movie.
Dharmesh A. Patel of Pasadena will be booked into San Mateo County Jail after being released from hospital, the Highway Patrol said in a statement. Highway Patrol investigators worked throughout the night in interviewing witnesses and gathering evidence from the scene. At first, they thought it was a horrible accident. But based on evidence collected, investigators developed probable cause to believe the incident was an intentional act. Patel was in the car with a 41-year-old woman, a 7-year-old girl, a 4-year-old boy, and apparently Mr. Patel, a doctor in radiology at Providence Holy Cross Medical Center in Mission Hills, Los Angeles, just steered the car off the cliff.
On purpose?
Yeah, on purpose. Officials said it was a miracle that the 4 of them survived after the car tumbled down the notorious cliffside. It's got a name. What is it called? Devil's Slide.
Oh, jeez.
It's called Devil's Slide, an area known for fatal wrecks. So apparently he knew where he was and, that it was a dangerous area. It was a Tesla. It plummeted more than 250 feet from the highway and crashed onto a rocky outcropping. It flipped a couple of times, landed on its wheels, wedged up against a cliff just a few feet from the water.
Wow.
Didn't go into the water. Gina, I didn't really catch this until I heard you mention it. Today is, for what it's worth, January 4th, 1896. President Grover Cleveland proclaimed Utah a state on an equal footing with other states of the Union. Finally, Utahns throughout the new 45th state celebrated statehood. This is Utah Statehood Day. You can see the parades going on later on. And you can hear everybody, hear the fireworks. And
yes.
I don't know.
Utah? Home of America's most powerful weirdos?
Mm-hmm.
A Utah man who taught at a local massage therapy school and practiced out of his own studio has been arrested and charged with sexually assaulting 4 different women, 3 of whom were his students. Meade Calvin Stedman, charged with several hideous crimes against women. I'm not going to go into the details, but they're spelled out quite vividly here in this article in Fox. The first of the 4 victims told police that Stedman was her instructor at Myotherapy Massage College back in 2004. And Stedman invited her to his private studio.
Don't ever be invited to the private studio.
Tranquil Touch for a massage to help issues with her neck. And the issues with her neck, he said, could be helped if he massaged her breasts and other private areas.
No.
And then there are 3 other women who allege similar mistreatment at the hands of Mr. Stedman. For the first time in history, I guess, Salt Lake County Council is a majority of women.
Oh, that's good.
Newly elected and re-elected members of the council. Well, I don't know. It depends on who the women are, Gary, really.
I'll take any of them at this point.
The council, on the oath of Suzanne Harrison and Sheldon Stewart, began their first terms on the council. I remember being one of 9, said Mayor Jenny Wilson, who was the first woman elected to county council. Now it's 5 women and 4 men.
Excellent.
So that's big. Well, okay. You just look into the background of a couple of those women, though.
Well, you mentioned Suzanne Harrison. I like her
She's
quite
fine.
a bit.
She's fine.
All right.
All right, that's it.
Sports, weather, traffic.
I don't know if you guys did this yesterday or not, but action sports legend Ken Block, co-founder of DC Shoes and Hoonigan Racing, died near his home in Utah on Monday.
Yeah,
you guys did that story
Yeah,
yesterday?
it was a big deal, too. You know, I mean, I'd never really heard of the guy, but before we did the story, or maybe somebody hadn't heard us do it, said, I can't believe you're not mentioning the
It's
Ken
a big
Block.
deal, yeah, and he lived here, and it was a snowmobile accident, and this is somebody who knows his motorsports.
Yeah.
But he was going up a steep slope, and the snowmobile just fell back on him. And
See, when they said the founder of DC Shoes, I went, oh, I know that.
Yeah. He was a 5-time X Game medalist in rallycross. This is sad, and I know a lot of people here knew him and were fans of his and friends of his. So sad for that loss. The Jazz last night, let's see, they played Sacramento Kings and they lost 117-115. I believe they don't play tonight, but they do play tomorrow. You guys probably also talked about DeMar Hamlin.
Yeah, a little bit.
He's the NFL player, the Bills player who collapsed on the field. He is still intubated and not heard any news about his condition. But boy, the big problem is the NFL, are they going to replay that game, the Bills-Bengals game? Or are they going to... The NFL says we won't resume that this week. We don't know when the Bills are going to play again, because that's what's important, is when the football game happens. That's your sports weather. So warm today and partly sunny. I mean, not warm, but highs around 40. Tomorrow, a high of 43, and it will be raining because it's warm. And then as it cools off overnight and into Friday, we have a 70% chance of snow, it looks like, on Friday.
My life is snow removal.
Harry, we need the water, remember?
Shut up. I'm tired of hearing that. Y'all need to stop praying for it, okay?
Let's see. Traffic, we've got a crash at the Ram southbound I-15 90th South. It's on the right shoulder. Crash northbound I-15 146 South. That is also on the right shoulder. And a little further north, southbound I-15 Hillfield Road in Davis County. We heard from a few friends of the program that were dealing with that slowdown. If you see something, you can text us 33986.
Thank you very much. We'll take a break. We'll be back. Things that must go coming up in our next break. And don't forget, just after 9 o'clock, it's Frank Christ Presents. Oh, they're fine. They're just fine. Our Dead Celebrity Game. So get ready to play that. Coming up.
Listen to Radio...
Organ. Spell it with me now. O-R-G-A-N. And now we'll use it in some dialogue. Here they are then, our two Utah men, Elder LeGrand R. Dunn Jr. and his disreputable friend LeVar. Again, the word is organ.
Thanks for joining me here to the hospital and keeping me company, LeVar. Brother Jensen from my ward is having his prostate tuned up, and we're taking turns waiting at the hospital for word. He hasn't got any kin or nothing, so the elders' quorum is helping out.
Least I can do, LeGrand. You've always been a good friend to me, so I thought I could just keep you from getting bored. Hospitals give me the willies, though.
Ooh, yeah, not the best place to be spending the day, but Elder Jensen needs our support. I always give blood, too, just as long as I'm here.
They don't let me donate blood, you know, because of that unfortunate dose of hepatitis I had a few years back.
Well, I remember. You were as yellow as a lemon for about a month.
That's right.
Looked like one of them Simpsons cartoon characters.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, hand me that People magazine there, would you?
This one here with Mickey Mantle on the cover?
Yeah.
Too bad about the Mick kicking off like that right after a liver transplant.
Well, he abused himself, LeVar. Smoking and drinking. You should take a listen.
You know, my cousin up in Portland had to get a transplant. He's doing fine. That was a couple of years ago.
Oh, I didn't know you had kin up to Portland in the Northwest there.
Oh, yeah. My entire family comes from Oregon. We got started in Eugene, Oregon, but then moved to Portland, Oregon when I was just a shaver.
Well, how come you moved to Portland? Your dad get a better job?
Nah, we moved to be closer to Mom after she was committed to the Oregon State Mental Hospital just outside of Portland. Turned out okay, though, because the welfare office in Portland was open on Saturday.
By the way, LeVar, what kind of transplant did your cousin get up there in Oregon?
Hair plugs. Got himself a hair transplant.
Well, that's real serious surgery.
Hey, now don't you go making light of that. Them things can get infected.
The Must Go, brought to you by
Gracie's Gastropub, nice warm spot to enjoy food, drinks with friends during the holidays, or come watch your favorite college bowl game. We need updated copy for Gracie's, but you should go there. Follow Gracie's on Instagram for updates. Must be 21 or older to enter.
Thank you.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
Things that must go. Well, there's an elephant in the room, isn't there? Things that you must get rid of in your life that are bugging you. You can't take it anymore. You have to have it leave. Things that must go. So if you have some, send them to us. radiofromhell@x96.com. I had one of my own today. This has bugged me for years. Bacon packaging. the packages that bacon comes in.
Okay.
They don't have any obvious way to open them. They should have like a sealable. You rip it and then reseal it.
The ones that we buy do.
Any of the bacon I buy, of course, I only buy the uncured bacon.
Well, maybe
but you end up cutting it with a pair of scissors, and then you have to find a way to close the packaging back up, and it just bugs the hell out of me. Let's see this one from Use My Name. It's Dan. Waking up unexpectedly at 4:30 and deciding to do sheet laundry, thereby using all the hot water, resulting in a cold shower. Not salting my driveway, and Bill being a Nittany fan. Really?
Well, you went to school there.
I'm really not that much. I don't give a. I don't care.
He's putting it on.
I don't give a care about whether
putting
they
it
win or
on.
not. But I did go to school there. Let's see. Alzheimer's has no T in it, so stop saying it as though it has a T in it. It's not Alzheimer's.
Oh, I was going to say, where does the T go?
It's Alzheimer's. Okay. Please rid the world of this or change the damn spelling of the word, please, I beg you. And then finally, this one says, disrespectful teens doing parkour at the graveyard to get views due to vanity and trying to gain clout. It's inappropriate and it must go. The last train leaving the airport Last train leaving the airport at 11:30 p.m. when your flight back home arrives 5 minutes after midnight. This doesn't help me reduce my carbon footprint because it forced me to hire an Uber. Butchered karaoke at 2:30 in the morning.
No, that's when it happens.
Especially when the hostess is accusing me of never choosing any contemporary songs.
Well, see, there's the problem. He's nitpicking. Yeah.
The first staff meeting of the year being news that you and 2/3 of the department are being laid off.
Oh, good.
Katie not getting any points from last year's Deadpool. She better not have Mel Brooks on that list.
She does.
I hope Gina gets her selections to Frank on Thursday punctually. And people saying that Andrew Tate got placed in Romanian police custody instead of saying he got Bucharested. Thank you for letting me.
Oh, that's funny.
Thank you for letting me listen.
Oh, thank you. That's good.
Tony. Then there's some others, but I don't think I'll read them.
All
okay.
Right.
Carrie?
From the foot of Mount Doom, these are the kind of problems that we have. When it snows right before Pooper Scooper comes, and it's supposed to come, and it covers all the poop, and it's been 3 weeks now.
Uh-oh. Not good.
It's piling up.
Mm-hmm.
It's piling up. Let's see things that must go. Wind chill. Minus 30 degrees here in Omaha. A few days before Christmas, it blows, and it's sure to happen here again. Gerald the nurse. All right. This one from Heather. It's good to hear your voices again. Things that must go. When you have a suffix in your name and you book your flight, but for some reason it doesn't move the suffix to the end of your first name on your boarding pass, which does not match your passport. John Doe II becomes John II Doe. Then having to go to the counter because the kiosk doesn't understand and the agent removes your TSA approved off of your new boarding pass and you have to get back in line. Very specific problem, but there you go. And finally, this one from Claire. Katie's wedding dump on Instagram must go. Not the dump itself. I loved seeing all the pics, and I liked as many as I could. Katie was a stunningly beautiful bride, and the wedding looked amazing. No, it's what her dump of pics and my subsequent scrolling through / liking them has now made Instagram think I want to see more wedding stuff.
Ooh.
Suddenly it feels my feed as a plethora of suggested for you wedding theme thread. So Instagram thinking I want more wedding themed threads in my feed, all because I loved seeing Katie's photos. Must go.
That's from Michael. A few months ago, I wrote in to say that my daily 9 a.m. meeting must go. Oh, a week later, that meeting was canceled. It works.
Hey, see?
Things that must go. My new thing that must go, my daily 9:30 meeting, they say. What about me? Do you want me to go?
It might be a good idea.
No, I'm serious. Are you?
Yes.
Is that all you have?
No, but I'm wondering.
You don't sound well.
I think maybe I should.
Yeah, I think so too.
I don't want to make you guys uncomfortable.
It's too late. You
I was gonna
already
say,
are.
That part is already done. So if that's why you're leaving, it's too late. I'm already uncomfortable.
But well,
Hmm.
that's Dr. Cobble.
All right. We got it coming up. Here, let me finish, since we're still recording this for play later.
Okay.
And it's a complete and total loss unless we try to at least put a little icing on top of this.
All right.
Things that must go. People that come into a restaurant at 6 p.m. during the holidays without a reservation and then get pissy at the staff when they aren't able to find a table for them. There we go. All right.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
Sorry about that.
Traffic, please.
Crash northbound I-15, 158 south in Salt Lake. The left lane is closed there. Crash northbound I-15, 146 south. So those are in the same general area, but two different incidents there. Crash southbound I-15, milepost 331. That's Hillfield Road up in Davis County, and that's on the right side of the road there. And let me check one other place. Let's see. Nobody sent anything in via text, but you certainly can if you see something. 33986 is where you do that.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's see. We got a minute or two here.
Now, are you ready for your Deadpool, Gina? Have you got it all together?
Yes.
Well, you've got your list complete?
Yep. I've already submitted it to...
Oh, you did already?
Yeah,
to Frank?
I thought we were supposed to do that already.
See?
So, I mean, I messaged him.
We waited to talk to you before we did ours.
I mean, I haven't published it. I just sent it.
Well, but
to
it's
him.
in, though.
It's in.
That's like putting it in the ballot box.
Well, we'll send ours now.
All right. Okay. So I'll put mine together today and send it in. Katie, I guess you should as well.
Mine's largely the same.
Mine's quite different. There are a couple of holdovers, but...
I have one on there that I think you'll be surprised about, though.
If Steve Harwell from Smash Mouth made it through this year, then I'm going to take him off the list.
I'm on it, aren't I, Gina?
No.
All right. So we got those coming up.
I won last year.
When are we going to announce our final lists? I guess
tomorrow.
Okay, yeah. Submit them today to Frank so that he can cross-check them and get them ready for us. And
Poor Frank's been so busy.
Just DM through Twitter. Is that the best way?
Just DM through Twitter, and he'll take our lists. And
7 o'clock tomorrow is when we're going to.
Tomorrow? Okay.
Give our official.
That would be AM?
Yes.
So I got to put my list together today.
Well, you've got, I mean, you know what it is, right?
No. I've been making notes.
Jeez.
Throughout the year. You know.
I just kind of sat down about 3 days ago and just went, okay, here it is.
I don't actually win anything for winning the Deadpool, right? There's not an actual prize.
Bragging rights.
Yeah.
You also win a free funeral.
For me or
when
some?
You go.
Oh, for me. Okay, so that's more a gift for my family than it is for me.
Okay. Well, we will take a break. We'll be back. Stand by. We got Frank Christ. Oh, it's time to line up to play Frank Christ Presents. 877-602-9696.
The prize is tickets to see Bush at the complex on February 3rd.
Nice. Bush tickets. So we'll have those for you if you can win the game. Frank Christ Presents. They're fine. They're just fine. 877-602-9696. We'll be playing that about 7 minutes from now, so stand by. Hoops Vision Correction, HOOPES Vision.com.
Make your New Year's resolution and then write it down, and then so you can see it really clearly, get your eyes fixed at Hoops Vision. Get the LASIK procedure, and that resolution should be, I'm going to get the LASIK procedure at Hoops Vision.
Mm-hmm. Now, does it say on that piece of paper there how many surgeries they have performed? How many corrections?
It says here 120,000.
That seems low to me.
Since they've started at Hoops Vision, it says over. So
over.
Yeah,
Okay.
over 120,000, more than anybody else in Utah. And Hoops only Hoops offers the C Clearly guarantee, the lifetime C Clearly guarantee. There is a range of financing options to get this done, and right now they're offering $1,000 off the procedure. Carrie and I both had it done. Our family members have. There's nothing to it. Take our word for it. So call and make your free VIP consultation right now, 877-30-LASIK, or book online at hoopsvision.com.
Hi, I'm Todd Newcomb.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah Word of the Day, and today's word is...
It occurs to me that we need a separate intro produced for segments such as this one. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for reasons which will be explained later, here's the mayor of Mona, Utah, with his second State of the City address.
Good morning, folks, and otherwise fine citizens of Mona, Utah. Good morning to the Mona City Council members who have gathered here this morning to hear my second annual report, which I'm doing because of the complaints that the first one wasn't complete enough. I'm your mayor, the Mayor of Mona, Don Criddle. And as Mayor of Mona, it is my civil duty to address you all once a year, or twice a year if you don't like the first one, and to report on the condition of our fair city, Mona, Utah, the city of which I, Don Criddle, am mayor of. And this is my second annual State of the City address.
Don't forget to talk about me, Daddy. I'm here with you. So make sure you talk about me as well.
'Tis true. I have brung my young son, Denver.
Denver Criddle, son of Mayor of Mona, Don Criddle.
'Tis true. I have brung Denver, who will talk about the state of the city of Mona, Utah, as it pertains and otherwise relates to the young folk of our city, Mona, Utah.
That's right. The State of City address this time is multi-generational. That's Latin. It means multi-generations, or more than one generation. And I'm going to address one of them generations today, the young one.
That's right, because as you know, Mona, Utah, has a big diversity of white folks living here. There's men and women and children and horses, and we got dogs and cats. And part of that is our Chinese restaurant, which is owned by the Christiansen family. They all are threads in the beautiful tapestry of Mona, Utah. Oh, and we have a Flying J, too, but some folks who live in Nephi, they come over and they run that. Now, as your mayor, the Mayor of Mona, Don Criddle, I am pleased to tell you that the state of Mona, and by state I mean condition, you know, the way things are in Mona is good. Some might say real good. And the budget is very nearly balanced now.
So does that mean you figured out how to stop the money leak, Daddy?
Denver!
Did you ever find out who put a hole in the city's money boat where the tax money would slowly drip, drip, drip into someone else's pocket?
That is enough, Denver.
I know that you were sure that Eldon Whitlow was the one responsible for the shortages, right, Daddy?
Denver! Mr. Whitlow has been the finest city manager Mona has ever had. I'm sorry, Eldon.
And he has a real nice new car, too.
Denver, why don't you just give a report on how Mona young folk are doing in our fair city?
We're doing good, Daddy. It's winter, and we can't swim in the pond. So a bunch of us are learning to smoke.
Denver!
No, I'm sorry. Did I say I meant ski. Yeah. A bunch of us kids are learning to ski. We got lessons out on the hill in the cemetery, so I'd say the kids of Mona are doing good. The kids are all right.
Well, there you have it, folks. Enough is enough. I think you can see why around these ports we say Mona, Utah. So why not?
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
By about 30 degrees. I got to remember to put on my sweater.
I don't understand why we didn't give Frank like a couple weeks off because of all the
death never takes a holiday.
All the death over the holiday.
This is the easiest part of my day.
Oh, this right here?
Yes. Being a magical being, I can just appear, say hi, play the game, and hop out.
There's no death here. There's no actual death.
That you know of.
No.
I was just reading up on, tell me if this is accurate. You know, people try to...
There's a lot of folklore.
Yeah, people try to explain or talk about how... Now, Frank Christ here is a Grim Reaper. He's a specialist.
Yes.
Specializes in taking the souls of our precious, precious celebrities who he loves so much. It must be so hard on you.
That's the thing, is that you keep hearing, you know, do the one thing you love and you'll be happy the rest of your life. I hate this job.
Now, it says here in a wiki entry that I'm reading about Grim Reapers.
Oh, well, if it's wiki.
Says they're strictly forbidden from intervening or influencing human affairs. That's true.
That's true.
Grim Reapers receive a soul retrieval list of those scheduled to die, and they receive the list from their higher-ups.
Oh.
Yes, the Home Office.
What doesn't say here who that is?
Well, it's the Home Office.
Oh.
You don't need to know, Bill.
The list contains substantial information on the human, in this case the celebrity, including the celebrity's name, parents, birth, death, cause of death, and a place for additional notes, it says here.
Oh, yes.
So what is it, like you get a 3x5 card, or what is it?
Well, it's kind of a pamphlet, really. It's about as big as a passport.
For each celebrity?
Yeah, and then I fill that out and send it back into the pneumatic tube once the job is done.
It says that...
I get my list through the pneumatic tube or my pager.
It says here, it is not for you to determine who should die.
You guys should know. You keep trying to get me to go after your celebrities on your Deadpool list. It doesn't work that way.
Well, it says here, if you make a mistake or break a rule during your mission, you have to go to headquarters. It says right here, to headquarters, and submit a written apology and report.
Yes, and a darn good whacking.
Have you ever made a mistake?
Just once.
I probably don't want to talk about it, do you?
No.
Well, Frank, the Celebrity Reaper, is here. It says here that you have the option to retire if you want.
I wish. You see,
enough.
maybe that's with the other Reapers, but mine's a special circumstances. I'm here because of a curse.
Someday he'll tell us.
I'll tell you someday.
All right. Well, anyway, Frank is here to play a game we call Frank Chris Presents.
They're fine. They're just fine.
And I have a list here of 4 notable people that Frank has given to me.
Not sure I want to talk to Jared.
Oh, man. The list here of 4, on the list, 3 of these people they're
fine. They're just fine.
But one of them, Frank, has met and taken away, read the passport, filled out all the paperwork, and taken this person to Hades. And we'll have a contestant on the line to try and determine who that is. Who do we have?
Well, Jared, if he behaves.
Hi, Jared.
Hello.
Hi.
How you guys?
Fine, Jared. I'm fine, just fine. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine, just fine.
We're on a speakerphone, aren't we, Jared?
No, you're not.
We're in a hallway.
It's not like in a big warehouse or something.
Okay.
I'm at work. I'm on a big apartment building build.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's all right. We'll take it, Jared. Hang on. Now we're going to play the game.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome. We're going to play the game. I'm going to read you these names. You tell me which one of these people is no longer with us. Which one has Frank taken away? These are famous champion wrestlers. Okay? Famous champion wrestlers. Number 1, Psycho Sid. Best known for his various Sid gimmicks, each distinguished by the ring names Sid Justice, Sid Vicious, and Psycho Sid in World Championship Wrestling and the World Wrestling Federation. During one match, he suffered a leg fracture following his leap from the second turnbuckle in an attempted big boot maneuver.
Well, that'll get you.
This had him awkwardly landing with all of his weight on one foot while kicking with the other, severely fracturing the leg he landed on. He broke his left leg in half, snapped both the tibia and the fibula, and at least one of the bones breaking through the skin. The fracture was so graphic that many television stations refused to re-air the match, although it was shown on Nitro, of course.
Of course.
Number 1, Psycho Sid. Number 2, Kane, a horror-themed personification of Fire and Juggernaut, younger half-brother of The Undertaker and the son of Paul Bearer. This hellfire and brimstone gimmick branches from acts of arson by The Undertaker as part of their character's youth backstory. Kane would alternatively feud with and then team up with The Undertaker, Brothers of Destruction. Oh, they become the Brothers of Destruction. He was also the Republican mayor of Knox County, Tennessee.
I know, right?
Yes.
Weird, huh?
Number 2, Kane. Number 3, Brock Lesnar, an American-Canadian professional wrestler, former mixed martial artist, amateur wrestler, professional American football player. He was portrayed as a powerhouse athlete, often called by his nickname, the Beast Incarnate, or simply the Beast, during his initial run when he was consistently main eventing WWE in what was labeled by the company and fans as the ruthless aggression era of WWE. Number 4, Brock Lesnar. And finally, number 3. Number 4 is Stan Stasiak. For the most part of his career, Stasiak portrayed a menacing heel known for his rule-breaking tactics. Early in his career, he used the nicknames Crusher and the Assassin of Arvida, and a bear hug was his finishing move, but later he adopted the nickname The Man, Stan the Man, Stasiak, and began using his signature move, the Heart Punch, a stiff shot to his opponent's chest. Stan the Man Stasiak, a large, powerful, bruising wrestler, number 4. Which one?
This will be tough. I've taken a lot of wrestlers.
Yes. Which one is no longer with us?
I'm going to guess Kane.
Kane? No. No, I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, man.
Kane is still with us. Kane is 55 years old.
He's fine. He's just fine.
I believe still appears in wrestling from time to time.
Now and then.
I think we should give him another chance.
All right. Listen closely here. I'm going to give you another chance. Of these 3, which one is no longer with us? Is it Psycho Sid, Brock Lesnar, or Stan the Man Stasiak?
I'm just going to randomly guess, but I think it might be Stan the Man.
Wait, you went out on a limb, but you got it. It's Stan the Man Stasiak. Died in 1984 at the age of 60. Stan the Man, his manager was the Grand Wizard of Wrestling, by the way. The Heart Punch.
Oh, okay.
Well, you've won those tickets to see Bush at the Complex on February 3rd.
Psycho Sid is still alive, 62 years old, and Kane is 55. Brock Lesnar, 45 years old. So, all right, there you go. Congratulations. Hey, yes.
Thank you very much. Bill, can I ask you a question real quick?
Okay.
I don't know if you remember him or not, and I've called years ago. You went to school at Ben Lomond with my old man.
Yeah, who's that?
He's a professor at Weber State now. Mike Voss.
Mike who?
Mike Voss.
Oh, yeah, sure, yeah. I do remember Mike Voss, yeah. What is he a professor of?
English. He actually, 42 years. He just decided he's going to retire this year. He's done 42 years up there at Weber State.
Tell him I'll be joining him soon. Right?
I'm a fan of his mineral water.
Yeah, Voss.
Yeah, well, we're VAUSC, but,
my best to Mike. Tell him I said hello.
Frank, doesn't that water just go right through you?
It does.
Hang on the line. Hang on.
You can't really enjoy water like that.
No, I love the container. Has anyone seen Diane Cannon? 86 years old.
Oh, man.
Wow. Patty Loveless, 66.
She's a country.
Michael Stipe, he's not the one with the hole in his head, is he?
No.
No.
Okay, well, he's fine. It's 50, or 63, excuse me. Well, I'm going to go take a look at Diane Cannon. I'm no longer hovering over Jeremy Renner. I just want you to know.
He's doing better?
Good. Well, good.
He's doing better. I'll wait for the thunk of the pneumatic tube. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Frank. Goodbye. So long. Mike Voss.
Diane Cannon, married to Cary Grant.
Yeah, he was not nice to her.
They had a kid.
They did, huh?
He was, that's when he was using a lot of LSD.
Does she seem okay?
Diane Cannon or the daughter?
Diane Cannon.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't seen her lately. I don't think she goes to Laker games anymore.
I don't think she's been doing anything.
Putting my list together, so I'm looking for candidates.
Well, all right, probably be okay.
Yeah. We'll take a break. We'll be back. We got big boy news and a Pinuendo after these. Stand by.
Join Radio from Hell for lights, camp.
All right. Gina, you've had a question?
Oh, I thought Bill had a story, but
I do, but go ahead and ask your question, and then maybe I'll do my story.
My husband does most of the shopping, and he came home with this yesterday.
Okay.
And you guys may know, or I'm hoping friends of the program may know, at x96.com/live, he bought something called banana sauce. Have you guys ever heard of banana sauce?
You put that on your banana. He's gonna surprise you later on. You should not have been snooping in the groceries.
But so it's clearly not made from bananas because it's red. So it's not like mushed up bananas.
That doesn't mean it's not made from bananas.
Well, what do the ingredients say?
Let's see, ingredients: water, sugar, banana. Oh, it is.
Yeah.
But it's red. Let's keep going.
There's Gina once again, the inquiring mind. Well, it can't be a banana.
Does this look like it's made from bananas? It doesn't.
It's got a picture of bananas on the label, and then I would go, I wonder what the ingredients are. Oh, bananas.
Vinegar, salt, onion, chili, garlic.
So it's like a sweet,
it's just a
chili, sweet and spicy kind of sauce for your whatevers.
Yeah, what do you put it on? What do you do with this?
Whatever you want.
You could put it on rice. You could put
ice
it
cream.
On,
that's fine.
Noodles.
Yeah, it's just a tangy accompaniment, sweetened. Yeah, probably it's a little sweet and tangy, and sounds good.
It's a product of the Philippines.
He probably saw it and thought, I'd like to try that.
Mm-hmm.
Rather than, well, that doesn't look like bananas. So, you married a man with an inquiring mind so that you didn't have to have one.
Yeah, I don't know that I will ever consume banana sauce.
Here's an odd story for you.
Window brought to you by
X96 welcomes Monster Jam to Vivint Arena on January 6th through the 8th. Listen to us, Radio from Hell, all week long for your chance to win. You can get contest details, ticket links at x96.com.
Pele,
yes,
thousands of people lined the streets yesterday as a funeral procession took place for soccer great Pele, and they took him to his final resting place. It had started at the Urbano Caldeira Stadium, home of Pele's former club, Santos, and his coffin was carried through the streets of the city of Santos, including the street where his mother, Celeste, still lives. She is 100 years old.
Wow.
It continued to the Memorial Necropole Ecumenica Cemetery, where a private funeral was held with family members. The three-time World Cup winner died on Thursday at the age of 82 from multiple organ failure due to the progression of colon cancer. And it was astonishing the number of people who turned out to honor him in his own country, but the fame he had worldwide.
Yeah, it's not astonishing, really. He was beloved.
And I haven't read a lot about his, but do I recall correctly, he played in America. He kind of after his retirement age, and they were trying to get.
I'm trying to remember.
They were trying to get soccer going in America in the 80s, and it was the New York Cosmos.
Yeah, he was called out of retirement and given a lot of money to play.
Yeah, and he played in New York and drew huge crowds.
Yeah.
In New York, and I forget how many other clubs, how many other teams there were in that early attempt to do professional soccer in America.
It finally took. But that was actually back in the 70s where he did that.
But it was his 70s? I thought it was the 80s, but yeah, it was a long time ago. And he drew huge crowds even then here in America. Following a federal investigation, the U.S. Department of Labor has fined Crumble Cookies franchises in 6 states for violating child labor regulations.
Wow.
The violations impacted 46 minors working in 11 stores in California, Minnesota, New Hampshire, Tennessee, Utah, and Washington, according to the Labor Department. Infractions included minors working longer and later shifts than child labor laws allow, having them operate potentially dangerous ovens and machinery. Many of the minors involved were 14 to 15 years old. Under federal law, 14 and 15-year-olds cannot work more than 8 hours per day, exceed 40 hours per week, or work past 7 p.m. during the school year because, you know, the federal government wants to coddle children. Crumble operates in 28 standalone stores in Utah. And of course, it originated here. I had no idea they were as big as they are, that they had expanded to so many states. In a statement to Axios, Crumble said they were, quote, deeply disappointed to learn about the child labor violations and apologized to the employees affected. So this is corporate essentially saying we didn't know what the franchisees were doing. We didn't realize that this was happening.
Let's throw them under the bus.
We're actively working. Well, it's possible.
I suppose, yeah.
We're actively working to understand what has occurred at these specific store locations, and we'll take swift and appropriate action to ensure that all of our franchisees are fully compliant with the law. Utah State University recently announced a 5-year partnership with Crumble. I guess they're going to sell their cookies on campus and at games and things like that. They didn't respond to Axios' request for comment. Crumble is headquartered in Linden, Utah, is considered one of the fastest growing food chains in the United States. 600 stores in 47 states. There you go.
Wow.
600 stores.
I would not have thought that.
I guess it's easy for it to grow because it doesn't have to be a huge operation, the individual stores.
They're not.
They're quite small.
Yeah, they're simple.
Yeah.
Streamlined.
Yeah. So it's a smart move. I mean, it's a smart business model. Republican Representative-elect George Santos of New York, who's accused of lying about just about everything, and will have to wait to add one more certainty to his resume, U.S. Congressman. He's not officially a congressperson.
Well, that's not what his press release said.
Santos, well.
He hasn't been sworn in yet.
Well, based on past evidence, is what.
No, he issued a press release saying that he was sworn in.
And he wasn't.
He did it prematurely.
To lie.
Yeah. Santos arrived in Washington to be sworn in Tuesday, but his swearing-in was delayed after Republicans who control the House failed in multiple rounds of voting to elect a speaker. Incoming members cannot be sworn in until a speaker is chosen. Santos, who faces a spiral of investigations from federal and local prosecutors into his campaign spending and lies about his family history, his resume, his education, declined to respond to questions from reporters inside and outside the Capitol, including one question about whether he planned to resign. Santos sat by himself, a lonely figure, on the Republican side of the House, largely keeping to himself, looking at his phone occasionally.
Yawning, not covering his mouth.
Yeah, it's...
He's a joke, but they will not make him resign.
Because?
If he was a Democrat, they would make him resign.
If he was a Democrat, this would be 6 months on Fox.
I think they will have no choice but to make him resign.
Well, I don't think so.
He's there for 2 years.
I'll bet he won't be. A sizable number of Republican candidates in the 2022 midterm elections who were counting on school vouchers to be a winning issue, and I'm telling you, that's going to come up in the Utah State Legislature this year, school vouchers.
It does every year.
Went down to defeat. School vouchers are not about to go away, though. So candidates who ran on school vouchers this term, people like Tudor Dixon in Michigan, Kerry Lake in Arizona, Tim Michaels in Wisconsin. This issue did not play with voters. They didn't buy it. They didn't buy it. But school vouchers are not about to go away. Voucher advocates are going to change the name,
of course,
of the vouchers.
So what, school choice or something?
Education savings accounts.
That's not what they...
Education savings accounts, which, and what they are is really, it's using government money to fund private schools.
Yes.
So
it's using public education money, taking money from public education to fund private schools.
So each student is worth X number of dollars. So if you're a public school and you have, 3,000 students, they're each worth...
What's the weighted pupil unit there, Gina?
I don't know, but what they're saying is, well, if I choose to send my kids to private school, then I should be able to get that money to send them to private school.
No. No, that's not how it works.
If you want to send them to private school, you have to pay for that.
Yeah, because I'm spending money on the schools and have no kids in them.
Yeah.
All right?
Education savings accounts are a kind of super voucher.
No.
While traditional vouchers give parents a chunk of taxpayer money that they could use for tuition at school of their choice, an ESA gives parents a chunk of taxpayer money that they can spend on private school tuition or other educational expenses. Tennessee's ESA law offers a typical list of eligible expenses that not only include private school tuition and fees, but also textbooks, school uniforms, tutoring, transportation to and from school, computer software, tech devices, summer school tuition and fees at This is stealing from the taxpayer.
Yes.
This is stealing.
And Kerry's the perfect example of that. He has to pay into that system.
Yeah, I pay into the
system. He
system.
doesn't have any kids.
So don't give me this. I pay into the system. I want to take my money and put it somewhere else. No.
Well, don't you want to take your money out of there?
We all pay into the system because we all benefit from having an educated populace.
If you don't want to send your kids to public school, then send them to private school. That's it.
Let me just say this, and I've said it a million times. One of the foundations of this country, one of the things that made this country great, greater than other countries. Britain has a sort of a democracy, but they don't have public school like we do. Public education made this country great.
Yes,
and they continue to try and ruin it. And they say, well, it's broken. Well, fix it.
Fix it. Don't just kill it. You fix it because it can be fixed.
Drives me crazy.
I mean, you're hurting the poor in cities. And what about the kids in the rural areas? You're taking money away from them. They don't have private schools around them.
So be watching for the legislature this year when they convene later this month to start talking about school vouchers or educational savings accounts.
Ugh. All right. Weather?
Well, today we'll have a high of 38, and it'll be partly sunny today. Then things change tomorrow. It's warm, so the storm will start out as rain, and then overnight Thursday into Friday it will change over to snow. And we have a snowy pattern, and Kerry's not happy about having to plow his driveway again.
I'm not happy about him having to plow his driveway either.
All right. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Hang on.
Yeah.
Okay, I'd like the Cajun grilled chicken sandwich plain. I just want the chicken and the bun. No cheese, no mayonnaise, no lettuce, tomato, onions, coleslaw. And can I get onion rings instead of fries? Yeah. And can I get bacon on that?
Bacon? Did you want to do the chicken club instead of the Cajun chicken?
No, you don't understand.
What was your name again?
Kristen.
Kristen, you see, this is not a radio bit. You need to know that this is the way she really is, and no one believes us.
Okay.
So we thought if we got it on tape, people would finally believe it.
All right. Did you want the Cajun seasoning?
Yes.
Yes.
And I would like the spicy Cajun mustard mayonnaise on the side.
Mayo on the side.
Don't put it on the sandwich.
No, I won't. Oh, trust me, I won't.
Thank you.
And the cheese?
No cheese.
No cheese.
No
at all.
cheese. No, just
Okay.
chicken.
All right.
chicken bacon bun.
Onion
And
rings.
again, we're not trying to be difficult. Just for the radio. This is real.
All right.
I'm so very sorry.
That's all right. I'm sorry. I would like to say I've had worse, but that's probably the worst.
And how long have you worked here?
Here, 6 months, but
Dealing with tourists every day and their weird ordering habits, this is the worst. I want it on record, ladies and gentlemen.
It's from an official professional waitress. I'm the worst.
And again, this is no exaggeration.
Congratulations, Gina. Congratulations.
You've earned your spot in the Hard Rock Hall of Fame.
She's here to get married, by the way.
congratulations.
And she's marrying a guy named Joe Jones. Maybe you as our waitress. I'm sorry, what's your name again?
Kristen.
Maybe Kristen, you as our waitress, you could warn Joe that it's still not too late.
Because I've been saying it every day, every hour, ever since we heard about this.
That's sad.
Yeah.
That's what we think.
Thank you. Thank you.
Live right now.
Well, we always say people love lists. You know, we got a list, another list. I have a list here. This may put an end to that. I don't know.
Really?
A list that maybe people will think, no, you know, I just don't want any other list.
What is the list?
It's a list of horrible things that happened to penises in 2022, and these are all descriptions taken verbatim from the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission's database of emergency room visits.
See, happens to them makes it sound like it was an accident. These
Well,
are things that were purposefully done, aren't they?
Well, not necessarily.
Oh, okay.
I think you can make your own determination. Some of them you could say, okay, I could see where that might have happened. Some of them are a bit far-fetched.
But mostly I think it's going to be, I don't know, I haven't seen the list, but I think it's going to be, you really shouldn't put that there.
I mean, everybody knows how much I try to avoid Wang altogether. But since we just did that big political school voucher rant, maybe this is the time to pull out something like this to sort of...
I'm not sure I like the term pull out something like this.
Okay. All right. I was going to say cleanse the palate as well, but I don't think that's probably... Yeah.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Now, we've given you ample warning.
Plenty.
This is horrible things that have happened to penises in 2022. Descriptions taken verbatim from the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission's database of emergency room visits.
All right.
This one, first one, was making coffee when his French press broke and spilled coffee on his penis.
Ooh.
Okay, that sounds like a legitimate accident.
That could have happened.
That's a legitimate accident.
Could have happened.
All right.
This one I don't understand. His hair became wrapped around his penis. Now, I'm not sure what the... I can't even picture the situation.
Yeah.
Well, they're not numbered. Just next one. Leaned forward slightly while lying in bed, accidentally discharging his .45 caliber handgun into the base of his penis.
Well, in your bed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess.
Okay.
Tried to ride the dog, causing a penis contusion.
Ride
the dog.
Ride the dog. Okay.
Tried to circumcise himself with a pair of scissors.
That would, yeah.
Now that I believe that probably did happen.
Probably.
That person was being uncommonly honest. What's happened here, sir? Let's see. Quickly ran into the bathroom yesterday morning, pushed the door open, but there was something there behind the door, and the door did not open very far. So the patient squeezed himself through the door and bumped his scrotum against the door. Bam. Shut on him. That could have happened.
I suppose.
Let's see. Taking a shower, pulled on it too hard, and it started to bleed.
Well,
I don't.
Yeah,
I don't think that's
another.
Rubbed too hard with a loofah.
Well, sometimes they can be really rough.
They are really rough.
The new ones.
I don't know why you'd want to.
Well, for exfoliation, Bill.
I don't know why you'd want to exfoliate your.
Yeah.
Let's see. Playing with a toy dinosaur, and he made it bite his.
You get what you get there. I think.
I think maybe that did happen, and the guy was saying, "I was just kidding around."
Yeah.
Caught in the zipper now. Caught in the zipper of the pants.
Oh, I
Franks
saw
and
that
Beans.
movie.
And
Yeah.
it's happened to me. When I was a kid, it happened to me. Now, in this case, it still had the zipper attached when he arrived at the hospital. Presumably too painful to.
Yeah.
But I remember as a kid, it probably happened once or twice to me, as a matter of fact. And it was that's painful. Dancing, and accidentally hit his penis on the ground.
I don't even know how that would happen.
Let's see. There's a couple here. I can't. These are some of them are so bad I can't even say them. Let's see. Sibling threw a spray paint can into a bonfire, which exploded and caused burns to.
Was that in the South? That was in the South, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it doesn't say.
You don't throw your cans into the fire.
Let's see. No, I can't do that one. Lying in bed playing video games when he noticed he was having penis pain.
That's it?
That's all it says. Let's see. There are lots of these. Kicked in the testicles by a pit bull.
Well,
that could happen.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Tried to do a slide out on the dirt bike. I guess that means, like slide it underneath you, kind of like a trick.
That'd do it.
The tire of the bike brushed up on a tree. The patient fell off the bike, and it split his scrotum in half.
Ooh, that would do it.
Swelling and pain after sitting down really hard on a chair.
Well, yeah.
That could happen.
Could happen.
Really?
Yeah, that could happen.
Yeah.
It could.
I mean, I don't have these parts, so I defer to you guys.
Well, you can imagine you don't have parts that dangle like that.
No, there's.
So that could happen.
Okay.
Ran into a gaming chair.
A lot of these sound like they could be avoided with proper underwear.
There is a point there.
Yeah.
I think a lot of these happen when someone is naked doing things they shouldn't be doing naked.
Mm-hmm.
This is great. Closed his eyeglass case on his.
Now, how would that happen?
They snap. Because
what? I get that. That's one of those you get what you get. I think
you're probably right. Let's see. Oh, this probably happened. Was spinning a non-lit fire spinner baton when it hit his scrotum. It's very specific.
Yeah.
So it's a fire spinning baton, but it wasn't lit.
Okay, but it wasn't lit.
But still hit him in the.
Well, yeah.
Hit him in the.
Okay.
Drinking at his bachelor party, passed out. Friends glued his penis to his stomach.
Oh,
I bet that
those
happened.
aren't friends. Why would friends do that?
No.
Those are not your friends.
I'm sure that happened. I got to skip. Let's see. Was out walking, ran into the tip of a mop handle.
No, you didn't. Out walking.
I was out walking, and there was this mop handle.
Just right there in the middle of the road.
I don't know what
Didn't
happened
buy
there.
that for a second.
His wedding ring got stuck on the base of
what?
His wedding ring?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to show you how much I love you.
But that's really, I mean, does he have big fingers?
Or a tiny.
Yeah. I mean,
that's.
Was watching football. Got excited when the team scored and accidentally punched himself in the penis.
How do you punch? I
don't. I guess. I guess. Yeah. Yeah. I guess that was it.
No, you can't control your.
You can't.
Got caught on the door of the dishwasher.
Put some underwear on.
Don't be loading and unloading the dishwasher. Well, as a matter of fact, it says here,
stop doing things naked.
Was unloading his dishwasher without any clothing on, and he has a penis ring, and it got caught on the door of the dishwasher.
That'll do it.
And that forcibly removed his. Yeah. This I can't.
This is a list of stupid people.
Yeah.
Now, I mean,
they deserve what they
yes,
got.
I think the only real injury I can think that I've had like that. Oh well, wait a minute. I had another one that I think I've probably talked about it on the air, but I would never do it again. But I did when I was a little kid, the zipper one.
Mm-hmm.
And I won't.
More than once you did that?
I think maybe more than once. Probably twice. Because when you're little, you're just getting used to zipper technology.
You were in a hurry, weren't you?
Well, you're always in a hurry when you're doing that sort
First
of thing.
time I'd give you a warning. This warning. You do this again, and I'm taking it away from you. Because you obviously...
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
We should be able to do a whole politics show tomorrow after that.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. All right, we'll take a break. We'll crawl towards the exits after these. UtahAdvocates.com.
Well, if you've been in
an accident,
and God knows, and now these accidents, most of them you were at fault. If you're in an accident and you're not at fault, or you're pretty sure it's not your fault, call the advocates 801-355-5550, and they can determine on the phone, I'm sure, whether you have a case or not. And if they think you do, they'll say, well, why don't we chat some more about this?
And I'm sure there were some accidents after these snowstorms we've had.
Yeah. So look, it's a free consultation, by the way, on the phone, and then if they take your case, you don't pay the advocates any money up front unless they get you a settlement.
It all comes out at the end.
Yeah.
You never have to come up with any money.
So if you've been hurt in an accident, and God knows there have been car accidents the last few days, give the advocates a call. Find out. 801-355-5550, or you can go to their website, utahadvocates.com.
Hi.
And now, a morsel of murder with Gina Barberi. Radio from Hell on X96.
I need to get TikTok. I don't have TikTok.
I don't either.
But this might make me get TikTok. A woman who was excited to show off her cute vintage find was shocked, I tell you, when it ended up being a case for the sleuths of TikTok.
Murder?
Paige Nicole posted a clip on TikTok of a brass lamp. She was initially thrilled with her cute find.
A lamp?
Look at this cute lamp I found.
It's a lamp.
I like going to vintage stores and buying things. Well, she plugged it in, and when the light shone on the shade, there was a mysterious stain. A splatter pattern, if you will.
Oh.
It looked suspiciously like blood.
Blood.
Well, that was unexpected, Nicole captioned the clip. It's been viewed over 6 million times thanks to TikTok's burgeoning hashtag Crime Talk community. I did not know this was it.
You better get on that.
You need to be on that, yeah.
It boasts over 8 billion views as civilians try to solve mysteries. I'm good at this.
Billion?
Billion.
What?
I am good at this.
Are there 8 billion people in the world? I guess there are.
Yeah. Well, and it's how many views? Like if you watch it multiple times.
That's true.
Nicole posted follow-up videos after TikTok followers and a family member in law enforcement told her to apply hydrogen peroxide to the stain.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The amateur detective was informed that if it bubbles, it's blood and not the spilled soda she had hoped it was.
Blood.
The TikTok-turned-crime investigator confirmed that the stain did appear to bubble and fizz, meaning it is more than likely blood.
Well,
she said, I just wanted to throw it out there that I'm not a forensic pathologist. I'm just doing what the law enforcement officer said to do. She informed the local police department of her disturbing find and also reached out to the thrift shop, who said, our donations are anonymous. People just drop off boxes and we don't know where they came from. Or
Sure.
It's unlikely that the investigation will go any further, especially since it was at a thrift shop for at least a month, meaning multiple people have touched it.
Oh, yeah.
And who knows? It could be 10 to 15 years old. It could have been, stuck in a shed somewhere and somebody died and the family members, took it to the... Who knows? The trail is cold.
We don't know. So this is supposed to be a morsel of murder. We don't know if there's any murder committed here at all.
You really doubt there was a murder.
It could be somebody cut themselves accidentally and bled on the lamb.
No, it's a big... It's not a droplet.
Gina, there's no body. There
could be somebody with a bloody nose sneezed.
No,
like that. There is no body. There is no clue other than a stain on a lampshade that may be blood.
Please, a murder lamp. We're calling it murder lamp.
Murder lamp.
And I think someone has gotten away with murder here. That's what I think.
I think you're being taken for a ride. That's what I think.
I believe in murder lamp.
I love murder lamp.
Okay.
Yeah. I believe in murder. And if you're thinking of committing a murder, might I suggest, dropping off murder lamp at the local thrift store, and they'll never trace it back. You will get away with murder.
And if you do that, Gina Barberi is now an accessory to the crime and can be arrested.
I'm just asking questions.
You're giving advice on how to murder people.
Yeah, you need to properly ask the question. What's to stop a murderer from dropping off a lamp at a, I'm just asking questions.
No body.
Murder lamp.
No, there is no evidence at all that a murder took place.
Chat room is weighing in. TikTok is spyware.
Yeah, that's what I haven't done.
The FCC says it's an unacceptable security risk and should be removed from your phones.
It's owned by the Chinese, China, looking in on us.
So as much as you want to join the murder community on TikTok, it might not be
all right.
A good idea.
I mean, I haven't to this point. But my kids are on it, and I'm sure that if it's spyware, they've already spied on our house. So
they know all.
I'm betting you don't know this, but both of your kids are in secret. They're Chinese communists.
Oh yeah, I believe that.
I bet they are.
I believe that.
There. Have they been encouraging you to get TikTok?
No, you should get
Mother, you must get TikTok. Mother!
Our leader wants you to get TikTok.
Dear leader wants TikTok.
Dear leader wants you to get TikTok, Mom. You want it, don't you, Mom? Don't you?
All right.
kiddies. It's me, your old friend, the bookkeeper. I'm here to help you with your taxes. Today, we're going to hear a tale from the old ledger which should simplify on how to fill out those pesky forms. Pay close attention now, so you won't have to pay even more later.
You can come on in now, Mr. Irvine.
Thank you. You can call me Lemar.
Lemar. Okay. My secretary said you had some questions concerning your tax forms?
Well, yeah. There ain't enough places on this here 1040A. I was wondering if there was a special form or maybe a separate schedule I should fill out.
Enough places for what?
My wives.
Oh, you should only list your current wife on your tax forms. Your ex-wife will have to file separately.
Ex-wife? I ain't never been divorced.
So you have more than one wife?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. There ain't no place on this here farm to list all my wives. Not to mention the fact they don't leave you enough places to list your children either.
How many wives do you have?
6. But the 2 youngest haven't turned 18 yet, so I figure I'll list them as dependents.
Oh my. You're going to just have to list your first wife on your 1040, and then we'll file separate forms with the other ones, listing them as single head of household.
Well, now wait one darn minute there, Sonny. No woman of mine is going to claim to be the head of my household. I won't stand for it.
Now, it's only a classification. They won't really be heads of households. I mean, think of it. 5 women with no income and children to claim. You should get quite the refund, Lemar.
Lemar. That would be dishonest. I'm a God-fearing man. I couldn't cheat the government like that.
You do know that polygamy is against the law, don't you?
Yeah. Big refund, you say?
Very big.
Where do I sign?
You see, kiddies, everyone can get a refund just so you know which deductions to take. And if you're willing to sit through a very long audit. As for Lemar, prison might be a vacation when you compare it to having 6 wives reminding you to wipe your feet and take out the trash. Well, this is your old friend, the bookkeeper, reminding you that on midnight on April 15th, that is the cutoff.
1960, John Michael Stipe was born.
There we go. Does he do anything anymore? They don't really. REM or Michael Stipe, they don't really.
I don't think REM's getting back together.
No.
I don't. I mean, he doesn't even do any solo stuff.
No, I think he's got some solo stuff planned. When he realized that the band wasn't going to get back together.
I don't know.
I have no idea.
No idea.
So that's about it.
Should I wear a mask tomorrow? What's that? I know people were confused that I was muffled today, and I'm sorry, but what do you want me to do? Tell me what you want me to do.
Okay, we had to establish some sort of protocol here.
Yes,
because it seems to me that a couple of years ago when we were talking about pandemic and all of that, and it was well, you obviously shouldn't be around people or go if you have COVID or you're pretty sure you do. But then there was also, you really shouldn't be going to work, as we all have done in the past, when you're sick with anything, with a cold or the flu or whatever. Don't go to work because you will infect other people. So if you have something that is infectious, whether it's COVID or not, you should stay home. Now, we have the luxury here of pretty much if we have to stay home. And I did this once, remember a few months ago, I thought I might have been exposed to COVID and I was worried about it.
Right.
So I stayed home a couple of days and I tested and I was clean. I came back to work. I didn't even feel sick particularly. I just thought better be. So I think maybe we ought to, if you have a cold, stay home and do your part of the show from home.
Well, I told Dr. Cobble I was going to call him when I get off the air.
Okay. Well, but he has nothing to do with that decision.
No. So you're telling me don't come in tomorrow?
If you're sick, don't come in. do the. I don't want you to not do the show.
Do you have your gear?
Yes, but it's complicated.
Why?
Well, because
it's Gina.
Home.
Because Festus is home and what?
And he's in the room where I would broadcast from.
Jesus.
What?
Go to another room.
Is there another room?
Or have him go to another room.
Is there another room you can
I will figure it out.
Your mother has room.
I will figure it out. I'll figure it out.
Figure it out, but then when you wake up tomorrow morning, decide whether you feel okay to be here or not.
Okay. I wore a mask all day.
Don't work on just one thing, is what I'm saying. Be prepared to pivot.
Okay, I can pivot.
No, you can't.
Sure, I can.
Yeah, if we shove you into it, you pivot.
If you shove me in a direction.
They're making me pivot. All right. But I'm serious. I think we should have that as a kind of a kind of a policy that we adhere to.
Well, let's do the promo and get out of here.
I agree.
Okay, now I've lost it. It's right there. Okay. Coming up on tomorrow's Radio from Hell show, we have now. Wait a minute. Frank Christ, what are you doing here?
It's a very important day tomorrow, so I want to make sure you get this promo right.
What if we don't?
Well, that would be a deadly mistake.
Okay. Coming up on tomorrow's Radio from Hell show, we'll announce our candidates for the 2023, I should say, Celebrity Deadpool.
We're horrible people.
Oh, yes, you are. I love our precious celebrities. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
All right. That's okay, that little bobble.
I don't know.
I covered okay, didn't I?
I don't know. I'll let Katie decide.
Did I cover that okay? Was that all right?
Fine job as always, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Are you not done, am I?
What?
Come on.
It's not a flugelhorn, it's a euphonium.
Marcy is next.
Kicking off nothing.